And hello, very good evening. It's 5 o'clock on Sunday, and as usual, our Train Sim World 6 live stream. Hope you are doing well. A very good evening to Oscar and to Andy, who are in very early, and let's get going. And good evening as well to Amaze Taze and to Scooby. Let's get rocking, baby. I like it. And to Hayley. You've been busy, haven't you, just lately? I've noticed with the live streams. Sorry, I never seem to really get the chance to watch. There's some brilliant streams out there, and I never seem to get around to watching them, unfortunately. Too busy trying to create a bit of stuff here and there. Good evening to Brian as well. Amaze Taze wants some custard off Scooby. And good evening, Rachel. Hope you are all well. And I think I've said Lee, haven't I? And Andy from earlier, and Andrew as well. So that's a nice little lineup to begin with. So let's have a quick look back at last week and what's in store coming up tonight. Last week's Champion's Choice was from Amaze Taze, and it was some battle. 42 wagons, 4,259 tonnes. No wonder it needed two Class 66s to take a rake of JNAs and HOAs from Reading to Southall. Dominic prevailed as our champion for the third time. He has been a model of consistency since we started our weekly contests and secured a 35-point winning total over Amaze Taze. Rachel won our first round, and if she is able to take part today, as ever, will provide stiff competition. A shout out too for Andy, who completed the opening 2 rounds after the end of the stream last week and in the competition for the first time. In our Class 150 Riviera Line service, incredibly just 1 point behind Dominic. He finished in 4th spot overall, with Amaze Taze in 2nd, and I was in 3rd place. So Dominic will once again pick our 3rd run, but we're going slightly IET crazy this week. Firstly, an early morning ECS working from Oxley to Birmingham New Street in the Class 805. Then a test run on Great Western ahead of their scheduled use in the timetable from Reading to Paddington. And after the Champion's Choice, we'll take the Alenia Azuma for a spin up the East Coast Mainline from Peterborough to Newark. Away from the IET, our final service will be a Class 66 using a great favourite of ours, Jossie's 2019 West Coast Mainline timetable from Milton Keynes to the yard at Wembley and Willesden. Scooby, Yo, mate says, I love you, but not that much. I like it. Good evening, Adam. Yeah, hope you are well. And we said good evening to Hayley and Azza as well. Oh, and Adam, I was hoping to be able to get here on time, and I guess I was perfectly fine. Yeah, because we haven't started just yet, so that's all perfectly. And yeah, cheers, Azza. Yeah, glad you like the intro. It doesn't take massively long to put together, but it's kind of a little way of starting things off, really. So let us get going. As usual, a busy, packed evening in terms of Trains and World stuff that we are doing. Good evening, Concord, as well. Hope you are well too. Yeah, go for it, Adam. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, that's perfect. It's still a learning curve for me, the Discord, but it's good fun to see all the content and the comments and the chat and everything that goes into it. Really, really good. And I've not seen Dominic in the chat yet, but assuming he's on, well, he certainly has been very, very, very competitive. I think 3 times now, the champion. Okay, yeah. Well, that's something I'll have to have a look at then, perhaps on another night or something then. But yeah, no worries on that for now. So we'll get going first of all with the 805 on 5 Romeo 28 Oxley to Birmingham New Street. Yeah, not totally sure, Andrew. Somebody might be able to confirm it a bit more definitively than me. Yeah, very much so, Hayley. Yeah, so I think we can say without any shadow of doubt that it's coming out this week, because they said on Thursday that release was going to be in February. So it's got to be this week. I don't quite get all the mystery around the actual timing of it. I guess it's got to come in 2 stages, because we've got the actual upgrade, and then we've got the 171 and the 3773 pack as well. Evening, Dominic. Yeah, our reigning champion. So good to see you on, and then that way you can get to pick your the 3rd run. So right, Azza is underway already, which is great. So what do we need? Birmingham to Crewe, and the modern timetable, the 805. And we're starting off for once in Oxley Depot, which I don't think I've done a stream where we started off at Oxley before, so that's something a little bit different. 33 minutes into Birmingham New Street. Mr. P, check your Discord messages urgently, please. Right, okay. Where's it gone? I've got the one from Josh. I see. Have you got something? Right, okay, yeah. Cheers for that, Mace Taze, yeah. So he went to St Helens yesterday, saw a class 331, then a 323. Headed for Lime Street. Headed for Blackpool North, and I saw a 769 going to Allerton Depot. Yeah, it's bright outside. That's really magnificent, isn't it? And actually, it's been a lovely day today too. Good evening, Seb. Yeah, no worries at all, mate. That's fine. And I know people can be busy. We're all out and about, so you know, things going on. But yeah, the weather's improving. Yeah, we even sat outside for Sunday lunch earlier on because the sun was out, and it was still a tad chilly, I guess. But I said, "Come on, let's do it." It's the first time we've had a bit of sunshine in weeks, months. It feels like. Yeah, absolutely, Concord. That's the thing, isn't it? I said to my brother earlier on, I said, "Well, hopefully we're going to get more settled weather." And he says, "Well, it has been settled. We've just had rain and rain and rain for weeks. It's been settled, but it's been settled rainy." And here we go. And it's even at 25 to 8 in the morning. It's light at Oxley Depot as well. Don't think I've got anything to worry about here, have I? I can't remember now. Let's put that on to normal for the sake of argument, but I think everything should be okay other than that. So, and this is, again, this is one of those places that you never really see as a member of the public, and it's a little bit away. Oh yes, we've got to put electric on, haven't we? I've forgotten about this. Yeah. There we go. So we're going to be easing out of the depot at 5 miles an hour. Yes, it's going to be interesting. We've had some... are we in forward? It's going to be an interesting choice again, the Champions' Choice. We've had some really good runs over the last few weeks. Good evening, Pete, as well. Hope you're well. Yes, that's right. Yeah, it's getting better, isn't it? Getting better. Yeah, excellent. You've switched off your heating. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice to think we're emerging finally out of winter, and I know we could get some cold days the remainder of February and March, but it's pretty good. Yeah, makes a change, doesn't it? Something a little bit different. We are alongside the, when we get onto the main line, it's basically the Shrewsbury line, isn't it? Going via Telford. So if you're coming in from Stafford to Wolverhampton, you don't see Oxley Depot at all. Ah, right, it's a snowstorm. Wow. Right. Oh, that sounds interesting, Hayley. Yeah, you can see I cheated slightly with the intro with the clip on this particular service because I think I sped a little bit out of the depot. I wasn't going at 5 miles an hour for the intro. But we aren't going 5 miles an hour for too long. You've also got Merseyrail, Wooden, Class 508, and 507 and a cap. Right, brilliant. Pete went to Ebervale yesterday shopping. Normally the coldest place west of Siberia. Hit 10 degrees. Wow. All right, that'll be interesting. Yeah, 2 foot of snow. Yeah, I've always thought I'd love to have that situation. I mean, I'm hoping sort of in the UK that the snow's behind us now, but I've always thought I'd love to have that situation where the snow is that high that it was kind of covering the car and there was absolutely zero chance of actually getting to work. But of course, nowadays, in the modern world, it's like, well, you could work from home anyway. So it still says we are stopping at Wolverhampton, so that isn't actually for a stop, I don't think, is it? Because this isn't a, this is a ECS working. Yeah, snowstorm in Toronto. Wow, that must have been interesting. So this is where we join the line from Penkridge and Stafford. We've got the 15 coming in just beyond this signal. I think I can see the board coming up. I was snowed in on Thursday morning until an emergency plough cleared the access up the hill to get an ambulance up here. Oh, okay. Yeah, you kind of forget, don't you, when you haven't had snow, that there still is snow around. Pendolino goes in front of you and then makes you late leaving. Ah, right, okay. So that's kind of the reason why we're held at Wolverhampton, is it? Yeah, I think so, Azzy. Yeah, I think that's the plan, isn't it? We're going to get the... I mean, it's going to be basically an identical train, but for the fact that it's electric mode only. I don't think there's any difference. It'd be nice if by then they could have fixed adding in the cruise control as well. No, I don't particularly remember coming in on this platform either on a southbound workie, which is quite interesting. Nice early morning vibes as well about this scenario and Wolverhampton in general. So put ourselves into neutral, and then that way I can forget once the signal's cleared. Yeah, we did. They did say on the the road map that it was. Oh, there we go. We at least got to wait till 7:45. They did say on the road map it was outside of the 3-month window, wasn't it? So it's going to be a little way away yet, but hopefully not too long after the 3-month periods come about. Ah, right, okay. Well, it was 0-0 when I looked before I went on the stream, so they've had a couple of goals, right? Spurs 1, Arsenal 1, right? Okay. Ah, here's the Pendolino that Rachel was talking about. So the signalman probably could have let us go first. It wouldn't have been any great issue. We could have got out in front of this Pendolino and we wouldn't have held it up if we're non-stop into New Street. Good evening, David, as well. Hope you're well. So I think, yeah, it's a fairly safe bet. We needn't worry about being an hour cab for the minute because this thing is going to go out before us. So we've got a Voyager coming. Yeah, it's lovely first thing in the morning. When you get the lighting just right, then it's really, really exciting. Something about I have to say this is one of the best stations for train watching on in the game. There's just something always going on, and because it's in the open and you haven't got the canopies and stuff to worry about, then it's kind of exciting in its own right. This is due away at 7:48. This is a Manchester Piccadilly cross-country service. Just seems to me that the station announcement just seems a bit random nowadays, and when it first came in it was all a bit crisper, but not sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's just a kind of a perfect period, and I have to say here with the kind of the early morning sunlight glinting down onto the platform, it's absolutely amazing. It's lovely. Right, I think that's a green, isn't it? We can go. Okay. Oh yes, I knew I would forget. I kind of like all sorts, to be honest, Haley, and I just enjoy all sorts of different things. The only routes I don't really like are the single line freight ones where you're creeping along at a very, very slow speed. So what did you all think about the East Coast Way preview stream and the remaster? I hope we get reasonably clear passage on this journey now into New Street after the problems we've had with this timetable going in this direction before, but fingers crossed on that, because I've not tested it personally. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that is the thing. Long distance, very, very long freight workings that you're going across a desert just don't appeal to me, I have to say. Yeah, I mean, I always liked the East Coast Way when it first came out. It was always had a bit of something extra because it was a bit of a network. Yeah, I know what you mean. To be honest, I didn't watch it all. I watched the first bit of it, and yeah, it just gets a bit silly. Yeah, you get some weird things like that. The one thing, a little thing that, and I hope it works on all the trains, but I was impressed when they looked at Brighton and a train came into the platform, and instead of it announcing that this train is for Brighton only, it did actually announce the correct departure. So I'm hoping that means that at least on that route they've got the hang of it. I mean, I still wouldn't be totally surprised if we then go to play it and we find it's not perfect. Yeah, it's I think the strange thing is that we've basically, I mean, the remaster's free, but it's basically the 170 with you know, minimal effort in terms of changing it. There's a slightly better sounds maybe on it. I'm still not sure that it's definitely got trap joint sounds on, which always annoys the hell out of me. The 377, well, it's just another 377 really, with the slightly inferior original East Coast Way sounds, but I know I'll still buy it. It's kind of nice to think that we're going to have a new timetable. So, I mean, I'm hoping it's got to come out this week. So, all being well, I'll do a live stream when that comes out. I mean, part of me did think, well, with the remaster and the original Tyler timetable, then in a way I was thinking, do I bother with it? But I think I will. Ah, Pete, you're on fire. You're on fire like that. Harry reminds me of my ex-wife. That's why she's my ex-wife. Right, okay. Oh, they are first. It always catches me out, the speed limits on this route. I was doing brilliantly last week, relatively speaking anyway. What more could you want? They've added cats into the route. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. Apparently, they came up with some. I was going to say spurious excuse, but it looks like for the Brighton Mainline they had the license to use the Armstrong Powerhouse sounds, and then they said that for the new one that they hadn't got the license. So a bit weird, really. I mean, if you're going to charge £14.99 for it, you might as well try and make sure you've got the license for to go with it. Yeah, absolutely. That was the thing that infuriated me. I mean, they did say it's definitely coming out on in February. Well, it's got to be this week. There's no other period for it, so I don't understand why it has to be also cloak and dagger. And I get the fact that there'll have to be. It's kind of a two-stage thing, isn't it? Because you've got the remaster and then the pack coming out. So I don't know whether that's all. Surely you would think that's got to be the same day, because otherwise people are going to be saying, well, why have I got the remaster? Why can't I buy the new pack? I'm going to be speeding again for this 60. Oh, we might do it. We might do it. Well, they did say February, didn't they? And the point being that, I mean, it's the 22nd today, so it's the 1st of March on Sunday. Yeah, I know, it does seem a bit silly, that, but I really should take more notice of what's going on with these signals, because I haven't been noticing. Oh. Oh no, what's going on? I thought I'd gone through a red signal then. Right, is that green by the looks of it? No, double yellow. Okay, concentration time. No, I completely agree, Hayley. It would be to add London Bridge into the equation would be lovely, but the trouble is they don't seem to go in for these route extensions, do they, at all? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I can't be bothered with the these collections. It doesn't float my boat. Pete says they should do a section of the Prague-Berlin comfort jet route along the River Elbe. Stunning. Yeah, I bet that is magnificent, I would imagine. Right. Okay. Did they say that? But yeah, it's madness, really. The fact that the older routes just haven't been done. And I know the Great Western Express remaster took a long time, but obviously a lot of work went into that. And I'm guessing that it isn't quite the same enhancement for the East Coastway. But yeah, we desperately do need a remaster on some of the other routes now. And yeah, I mean, obviously most people immediately jumped on and said, look, great you're doing the East Coastway, but what about Brighton Main Line, but I think that's kind of a bigger task in its own right. Yeah, well, Josh has probably got a bigger idea on that sort of thing, in terms of what's involved with it. I should imagine it must be an absolute pile of frustration sometimes. Yeah, I'd forgotten how lovely a detail this route is. Hard to call the section of line that we're on absolutely lovely, but it's still fascinating. Yeah, definitely, Rachel. I would agree with you on that from my point of view, and it's something that I can't ignore forever. And there's no doubting the fact that routes will get more and more demanding. So it's certainly showing its age, this PC now. Yeah, definitely. I mean, the timetable on Northern Transpennine now is quiet, but you know, even with the existing route map, with a proper timetable and with added layers, it would make it great. Yeah, Glossop would be good. I mean, it's nice that we've got a busy Manchester on Alan Thompson Manchester Airport commuter route, but the fact of the matter is, it's still really quiet, and we've got there's a pretty decent timetable mod that I installed, which takes you back to about the 90s, but I think that's crying out for something a bit better. Yeah, it's interesting there. You get so many pings, and it's like there you've got the AWS, and then you've got the for the 40, and then you've got the double yellow. So there's just such a sequence of things going on. But yeah, Brighton Main Line. I mean, it was a route that I played absolutely endlessly when it first came out. I probably played that more than any other route in the game. Right, so we're going to get held, aren't we, coming into well, you can see there 807, so I presume we are going to get held coming into to New Street. Right, that is that's single yellow, isn't it? Actually, that's green now. So yeah, we probably are signalled into the platform now. Yeah, definitely, and it was kind of the funny thing was when they talked about Great Western Express remaster coming out. I think for many months they kind of said, look, we've got no plans of doing any other remasters. That's going to be it. So it's great that that particular idea has changed. Yeah, that is definitely... I'm getting so paranoid about these signals now. Yeah, all being well, we'll go for a live stream when it comes out. So I'm guessing probably towards the end of the week. But hopefully we'll get an announcement either tomorrow or Tuesday. Maybe Tuesday seems to be the big announcement date. And I've not checked, but I presume in theory, if you do this service, you can probably do the return working. I don't know what it then turns into, but we'll end it with the 805 coming into New Street. It's a nice, fairly sedate start, I think, to the stream early on. I do still find Birmingham New Street absolutely fascinating. So I guess we're going to have to wait till 8:07 before we get to the end of the scenario. Hate to say this, but my 10-year-old niece is better at train sim than I am. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't mean to stop there. Excellent. Well, that's kind of young people and computers, I guess. There we go. So we're about 1.5 minutes away.
Platform 6 for the 0813 West Midlands Railway service to Wolverhampton, calling at Smethwick Rolfe Street, Smethwick Galton Bridge, Sandwell and Dudley, Dudley Port, Tipton, Choseley, and Wolverhampton. The next train to arrive at platform 6 will be the 0815 West Midlands Railway service to Rugeley Trent Valley, calling at Birmingham New Street, Tame Bridge Parkway, Walsall, Bloxwich, Bloxwich North, Landywood, Cammock, Hednesford, Rugeley Town, and Rugeley Trent Valley. Platform 6 for the 0815 West Midlands Railway service to Rugeley Trent Valley.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's exactly like Birmingham New Street. It's real life. Announcements never shut up.
Birmingham New Street, calling at Birmingham New Street only.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one we need to get rid of. Hopefully they can sort that. Oh, that's annoying, Dominic. That really is a shame. That is very annoying. Right, couple to the formation. Right, is that the one? That's the one there, isn't it? So, okay, so we've got to actually... So have we've not got a red then here. Right, we've got those two arrows. Yeah, I see. Okay. Yeah, that is a shame. It can be so frustrating, this game, sometimes, can't it? I mean, what I will say is, I mean, obviously you're not going to be able to have a chance to do it tonight, but if you do want to revisit it during the week, then let us know, and you know, just give us the score either in the comments or on Discord, whatever you want to do. Right, so no doubt there is a couple button on here somewhere. Ah, okay. It's worked it out for it. It's done it. There we go. So 3, 2, 1, 3 from me. But I did do a touch of speeding en route. I missed that 60 entirely. So it wasn't the tidiest of runs from my point of view. But nice little way of starting the stream, though, with a run in from Oxley into Birmingham New Street. All right, so I've got some scores in. So Azza is 2093. And just looking a bit higher up, don't think there's any others in yet. Yeah, it's a absolute beast in terms of the speed limits, I think. I mean, it's like a roller coaster as well. You're in uphill and downhill, so it's actually really, really challenging between Wolverhampton and Birmingham New Street to get the speed in. Right, so Andy was 3263. So that is a good score. And Mace Tays was 3278. And Rachel was 3279. Brilliant. I like it. Right, 1 point better off. But yeah, let us know, Dominic, because it could affect your score overall. You know, obviously in terms of, I guess if you still win the title without the score from the first run, then you might not need to worry. But yeah, that would be brilliant. Now let's go into our scoreboard then, and let's get some scores on the board. There might be one or two to add in a second as well. I'll find the page that it is on. So we'll do this in. Where are we? What do I do? New round. It's funny sometimes. I just feel as though the whole thing's changed. It's like, where do I put my scores in? Tell you what, reset all scores, because I haven't put any in yet. Yeah, new round. But where do I put my scores in? Settings. Scores. Oh, it's been slightly different this week. So Boris. Yeah, I was able to before. I was able to just add the scores in. So anyway, we'll get round this. It doesn't really matter. So Mace Tays was 3278. Azza was 2093. Seems as though they've changed it slightly since last week. I was 3213. Rachel was 3279. And Andy was 3263. So those are the ones in from there. So let's just see if we've got some more in. Yeah, Rachel. Pete, I was doing a 12-coach Jubilee rail tour over the Devon Banks earlier. Now, that's challenging when it comes to gradients. Yeah, that I can imagine. Lee says, love it. Got 3 tall nephews. Right, okay, right. Yeah, right, I see. Yeah, fantastic. So I think, who we're waiting for, is it Brian, maybe? But so far, we have Rachel out in front and a single point victory on round 1, and then Andy not far behind, and then me in 4th place with the speeding. I had one spell of speeding. That's what really cost me. I'm trying to remember actually if we've heard from Brian tonight. Maybe he's a bit busy. Oh no, he is. Yes, he is in. Yeah, he was in early, wasn't he? Right at the start. Yeah. So maybe he's just coming in at the moment. Andrew said, I did London Paddington, got stuck by a freight the other day. Yeah, well, that's it. That's what it's all about, really. It's been held up sometimes. It's all part of the fun. So I think what we'll do, I'm sure Brian will confirm his score shortly, but let's just move on and load the game up and move on to the second round. Then I can update Brian's score if he lets us know before we get there. Right, cheers, Brian. Yeah, 2924. Yeah, great. I'll put that up in a sec. Yeah, yeah, I like that. Pete, you need help from the people who did TV scoreboards in the 70s. I've taken the cockapoos out with the ball in the time it's taken you to update. I know. Well, at least I can control them so that you only get adverts in between me loading the game up. So right, let's go back and just quickly put Brian's score in as well. Yeah, it completely threw me actually this week as well, Pete, because the way you put the scores in is slightly different than it was last week. It's all changed around, so that means that Brian moves into 5th place with that score. So Rachel first, Mace second, Andy third, me 4th, Brian 5th, as it was in 6th. But well played, everybody, as ever. Thank you very much for taking part. All good fun. Welcome back, Seb. Yeah, fantastic. So we're going to move on to 1Z17. So this is a test working on the Great Western Express remaster. So with the 802 this time. I keep forgetting, you know, it's like when it comes up with two on 2016 and 2017, that for a split second I'm kind of forgetting which is the new one. So which one are we doing? 1Z17. All right, cheers, Seb. Yeah, no, that's great. So fourth part of this, so I think there are like ways of preparing the service, aren't there? I think you start off at North Pole Depot and stuff like that.
TPWS and AWS operational.
So again, we're kind of non-stop. I mean, I think this will always be the remaster that we remember absolutely the most. Still get paranoid over these signals. Yeah, it is yellow, isn't it? Yeah, so it's definitely a yellow. So yeah, as you say, there's something holding us up. So we won't be going too far down the line coming out of Reading. Yeah, there's always ways around these things. I have put a block in it so that, because in theory, adverts could come up just ultimately all the time. So there is a way of blocking it so that they don't come up right in the middle of the service. So we should, once we get going, have a reasonably fastish run into Paddington. I mean, the only thing I'm not 100% sure on, obviously we're in diesel mode, but I'm guessing that we would still carry on diesel mode into Paddington, and that you wouldn't change into electric mode right in the middle on the move, as it were. But I don't know 100% if that's the case. There we go, there's our HSD and wonderful first Great Western livery. Just looks so lovely and crisp and fresh and so nice. Ah, okay. Well, that answers the question anyway. Ah, there we go. We've got a yellow signal. Yeah, absolutely. Right, platform 1. Yeah, no overheads. Yeah, okay. Yeah, absolutely. Now that I can understand. You certainly don't want it interrupting music. But I'd be interested to know in real life, because I think the overheads are up on platform 1 in real life at Paddington. Well, obviously they are now, aren't they? So it's, I don't know what would have happened with this service in real life. Good evening. I can't pronounce your name, but Pepple. Pelepi. I hope you're well. We're still going to have to keep an eye on these signals, aren't we? I've installed it. There we go. Got green. I've installed it, Scooby, but I've not had a chance to do it. The one thing I did notice was when I loaded it up, the 387, there was no Great Western Express. Sorry, there's no Great Western Railway branding on it. No GWR branding. I take it that was correct, or I don't know whether I'm just missing something. All right, excellent, Scooby. What are you planning as your traction for Cathcart Circle on that, or is that not something you could reveal at the moment? But that's kind of a route that we don't get to have a play on that often. Right, okay, unbranded ones, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't being totally stupid and I missed it. But yeah, I'll have a go at that. I'll see if I can get it right, because I know with your scenarios it's all about the timing. Well, I guess. I don't know. I thought it was pretty quick, to be honest. We will have a direct comparison of that when we do the 801 a bit later on. But the 801 that came out for East Coast Mainline was kind of a little bit on the old side, so it might just be that the 805 one for the Avanti is actually a bit more accurate, perhaps. The one thing we are going to get pretty much with all three of these runs is that the cab is basically exactly the same. All right, excellent, Scooby. Yeah. Well, better than the lovely 385, anyway. Okay, yeah, so that's, you're doing the 805 on Crewe Birmingham, are you, on the Oxley to Birmingham New Street, Seb? Right, fair enough. I'm hoping as well in the next week, this week maybe, the next couple of weeks, but hopefully we'll get a bit more news on the Crewe Preston route as well, because we know that's coming out in the 3-month window from February, so it can't be too far off, surely. So, but you'd expect perhaps another development blog and another couple before they actually release the route itself. There's quite a lot to come out in that, like we were saying last week, in the period between February and that 3-month window. There can't be many weeks where there isn't something new coming out. So, you know, in terms of the UK stuff, we've got the Crewe Preston, we've got that Medway Valley route coming out as well. Yeah, definitely, Rachel. Yeah. It's a lovely route. I mean, I haven't driven it for quite a while, but I do like it, and I would love another Dutch route to come out as well, and possibly something that's a little bit more getting towards like Amsterdam or something. So you know, to have that run from Schiphol Airport to Amsterdam Central would be quite nice. Yeah, I think it is. And traditionally, you seem to find with DTG's releases that kind of roughly about Easter time, you seem to get a couple coming out fairly close together. I remember that period when we had, crikey, how many years ago is it now? But we had Goblin Line and Five Circle coming out within days of each other. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I quite like the Dutch routes, and it's something a bit different to. I mean, the German stuff's really good, but it's nice to see another country, and I actually kind of understand the signalling system that the Dutch use. It's a lot more straightforward and logical, and somehow it's just very, very Dutch. Oh, there's a military line. 66. That's something I've not driven since the pack first came out, really, the first couple of weeks. But it's good that you've got those services on this pack as well. Yeah, no, that does sound good too, Pete. Yeah, yeah, we've got the English Riviera, but it'd be nice to have the French Riviera. Always felt rather weird that they got the license from SNCF or the TGV. And I think it was probably only the TGV, but you know, it would have been good if they could have furthered the relationship and added more stuff in. Particularly as it's a French-owned company now, Focus, isn't it? Yeah, it doesn't seem to be, does it? I think Matt's kind of suggested that before, hasn't he? And I think generally the consensus seems to be that Bakerloo line was a right nuisance to get in the game, and they're not keen on redoing it. And Just Trains don't seem to have any interest in replicating their Met line for Trains of the World either, which is a shame. Yeah, and of course Victoria would be ATO anyway, wouldn't it? And that's probably one of the oldest automatic train operated routes, going back to, doesn't that go back to the 60s, 70s? Freccia Rosa or Italo. Oh, excellent. Are we green now? We're green. I would like to see more tube in the game, to be honest. I think having the Met line in TSW would be absolutely magnificent. Met or District, really. I think those are the two most interesting underground routes. Yeah, that'd be quite nice as well, wouldn't it? The old school Met line, but I'd be happy even with present day. I think I was quite surprised when I realised that the Victoria line was done in that way such a long time ago, because I reckon if you ask most people, I bet there are millions of people probably who use the Victoria line every day and have got absolutely no idea that it's actually automatically operated. But I think if you're going to do any, the districts of the Met line stand out just because you've kind of got really interesting stations, and there are parts of it that just feel like an old school branch line at times. Ah, no worries, Adam. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. I mean, I've said it before, and you know, one or two people have mentioned it on the forums as well. But even on this, even if they could extend the line out to Hammersmith, I mean, I know they've added a couple of stations in, but it's. I'm glad that they put it in. I mean, it's better than putting it in than not putting it in. But it's like just a shame. It's like a 5-minute journey. Yeah, I mean, the district is incredible, really. With you know, you've got so many sections, haven't you? Yeah, you've got kind of got Ealing, Wimbledon, Richmond. It's very, very interesting. Yeah, I would love to see the Mersey line as well. I know there's a chap who's building it freeware. Hopefully it'll come out at some point for Train Sim Classic, but it would be good for TSW, particularly with the 507 or the 508. Yeah, the funny thing about the East London line is it's got that sort of different history as well. You know, if you kind of did it in the early 2000s, it would be a tube line, but present day one, which would be interesting. You start out at Highbury and Islington, and then go through the tunnels, and then over to Shoreditch High Street, and it's an interesting route. And again, you've got a couple of variations, haven't you? Crystal Palace being one, and I'm trying to remember where the other one is. But yeah, I've got quite a fascination about the East London line, I have to say. And maybe in terms of what Johannes might do, that might be a possibility for the future. And that's the other thing I'm desperately waiting for news on as well, is the upgrade on North London line, when that's going to come out. All right, cheers. Right, 3 bridges to London Victoria, 3774 0833. Right, excellent, thank you. That's going to be a nice one in terms of getting that in before Brighton East Coast Way comes out as well. Driving the 377, not one we've driven on for ages. I'm hoping you don't say it's the modded timetable, because if it's that Czech one, which with the Thameslink stuff on, then I'm not sure I've got it installed at the moment. Yeah, I suppose in theory what you could do here is you could put it into electric mode, and then when you approach Paddington to get into platform 1, put it back into diesel mode. But I'm going to leave it in as diesel, and we'll assume with one of these test runs that that's maybe what they might have done. Oh, that was a nice train as well. Did you see the livery on that 66? Yes, I like driving the 465 as well. It's I think we were all wondering about the sounds on that one. It's like, what will it be like? And they actually did a good job, because they used the Armstrong Powerhouse sound. Yeah, let us know which timetable you're using, Dom. If you're using the modded one, I'll have to see if I can get it downloaded before we start the run. I did mean to put it in the other day, actually, because I had that thought in my mind that somebody might pick that at some point, and I think I got distracted and I ended up not doing it. And again, the only slight thing about the 465, it'd be nice to have routes where we can do longer services in, and you will be able to drive it on Medway Valley, I think. Is it still only available on the Czech, that Czech trade sim? Okay, yeah, we'll go with, that's fine then, yeah. But I must get it in at some point, because I do like to see the 700s whizzing by, but no, that's great. Yeah, I must get that installed. But yeah, so on the normal timetable. Well, there's another military line. I wonder what the chances in reality of you seeing two military line trains within a few minutes of each other. Ah, right, that's something else I've not installed either, Amaze Taze. I know there's a new Electrostar pack, yeah. Sometimes I see bits and pieces and I think, right, I'll get that installed, and then I haven't got it done. But yeah, again, good choice. We've had some really interesting choices over the last few weeks with the Champions Choice. They've always added a bit of extra value, and something that we don't always see, or I don't always show week in, week out on the stream, so that is nice. I'm just really in love with this timetable. There's just so much going on. It's really, really interesting. Yeah, I'm the same, Pete. To be honest, I've never seen it in real life, but I'm not massively bothered by that. A bit of artistic license in that respect doesn't bother me. Right, Azra is in first, 6201. Thank you very much. We race past Old Oak Common. I find it astonishing to think that Old Oak Common is no longer a thing, you know, such a historic old name. Right, okay, that's telling us a story then. So Andy is 10,002. Oh, I've had that problem before driving the LNER Azuma. Where I thought I'd switched everything on, then I flicked to something else on and it's knocked something else off, so it's probably something like that. I'm going to be slightly late, aren't I, coming into Paddington by the looks of it. Which sleeper train was that then, Andrew? I think I'll kind of slow down to 40 a lot earlier than necessary as well. I've done both the sleeper trains in the UK, the Caledonian and the Night Riviera. Ah, okay, yeah. I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? Being in the right place, as it were. Right place at the right time. Interesting old vehicles, though. And again, I think somebody was speculating on the forums about what Skyhook Games might be doing next, because there's been no talk about the any more cargo line packs, but there's a load more wagons that could be done. Here we are, we've signalled into platform 1. Love the this expanse of lines as you come into Paddington. There you can see a Hammersmith bound train on the far side as well. But you see, you've been playing lawnmower sim. Really? Yeah, all the Lesco, Tesco and all that sort of stuff. Sorry, I think I can go a bit faster into the platform here. yeah, that'd be good, wouldn't it? That'd be a nice bonus, wouldn't it? If you buy the pack from DTG, we get you get club card points. That'd be very nice. Oh right, gotcha. I see. Right, I see. That's what they're doing. Oh crikey, lawnmower sim. Whatever next. There we go. But yeah, very nice again, and no complaints when you enter Paddington. Again, absolutely rammed with trains.
Please also note that in the interests of safety,
I wish they could sort this camera 8 thing out with these terminus stations, because it'd be nice to press camera 8 and you don't immediately find yourself above the roof of the station. It seems to catch Matt Pendleton out on the streams as well sometimes. Oh, I see, Lee. Yeah, being an uncle is the best thing in the world, right? And yes, and Andrew says, "Yep, Lee, I agree. It comes with challenges, though." Peter, I got an advert today for Power Wash Sim 2. Ooh, crikey, O'Reilly. Talking about Sims, isn't there a goat sim as well? Well, yeah, probably. Oh, that's good to know, Lee. Right, so Maze Taze has come up with 10,009. Sorry, I can't read. 10,003. Right, so let's go back to our leaderboard. We'll start getting the scores in. And Rachel was 10,005. Wow, 2 points clear. There's not much to choose between you two so far. So let's just keep on there in case of any other. Yeah, it would. It'd be nice to have announcements on Brighton Mainline. I know Pete's not a great fan of them, but I do love them myself. So let's start getting the scores in. New round. So we'll do Rachel's first because she's on the top. So 10. Oh, I forgot to write down my own score. Oh, well, if anybody could tell me what my score was, then so much the better. But wow, you can see there that Andy was 10,002, Rachel was 10,005. And Amaze Taze was 10,003. So not much to choose there. Dominic was 10,005, which is matching Rachel's score, which is excellent. Right, 9945. Thanks. Thanks, Amaze Sage. You can't get the staff, can you? Right, where are we again? Right, so I'll put mine in. 9945. And then, oh, I've put that in wrong. Yeah, I see that. Right, Andy's 10,002, and Azza was 6201. And Dominic was 10,005, wasn't it? There we go. So, say Dominic's obviously first round of nothing was just because of him not being able to complete. And yeah, cheers to Base Taste for that. Brian was 9941. Pete's right. I'm off to cook a 5-course dinner while you update the scores. I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah. Well, I might be finished before then. You never know. Brian was 9941. At least it's quicker than when we had the 2 scoreboards going. That really was a slow process. Yeah, so loving that round too, because we've had Dominic and Rachel both sharing 10,005, and then 2 points behind was Amaze Taze, and Andy was 1 more further back. So I was a bit further back. Brian was a bit further back, and we think there was something going on, either the safety systems or that weird thing where the hood has an issue as well. So well played, everybody. Again, some really, really good competitive scores, which again proves the value of the competition. It really is good. So I'll load the game up. So it will be a sec. So how are we doing for time? I've not really given this much thought. Yeah, we've got time to do the Brighton one, haven't we? And then we'll have the half-time break after the after Brighton Mainline. And it's quite a while since I've driven the 377 on Brighton Mainline, and so that'll be interesting. And you've always got differing stopping patterns. I say, when it first came out, I used to drive absolutely nothing. Well, there really wasn't anything else of note to drive at the time. It was absolutely incredible. And that was probably the one preview stream that got me the most excited, because they loaded up the game at London Victoria, and you just saw this huge array of traffic, and, you know, sort of southern and the southeastern stuff as well. But yeah, I'm just fascinated by how consistent Dominic and Rachel are. You know, week in, week out, you come up with really, really good scores. Jaffa Cakes and wow, yeah, I don't even know how you pronounce that. Macchiato for my half-time boost. Oh, excellent. I have got some I've got some co-op cookies, but I'll wait until after the stream. You don't want to hear me munching away. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. I think loads of people. I think the one thing that has scared DTG from doing it was how busy the timetable was. But now that we've got other routes with busy timetables, then surely, then it shouldn't be an issue. Right, so we are doing 1 Charlie 1 3, aren't we? So this is, yeah, 3 bridges to London Victoria, you did say, didn't you? And this is kind of like peak time as well, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. I think I'd love to have a video of your 2 runs as well at some point, and you know, we could do something with it, which would be quite interesting, because it's a bit one-sided really. You can only see my driving on the stream, so it'd be interesting to actually see it. But yeah, the pair of you are above everybody else. There's no doubting about that fact, which is great, and hopefully over time it will improve other people's scores as well. Yeah, that's right. And you know, I mean, Pete was talking about Northern Transpennine, and absolutely loved the route when it first came out, but it just didn't feel busy at either Manchester Victoria or Leeds. So when this came out, it was absolutely incredible, and it was a nice logical thing to do once we had East Coastway, really. So here we are at 3 bridges. Yes, I mean, you've put up some great scores as well, Amazed Tays. But yeah, I mean, there's been some very, very good competitive runs, and it's been delightful. I love the fact that so many people are taking part week in, week out as well. Yes, indeed. I've got rid of the scoreboard, haven't I? I'm just let me flip back to the other screen. No, we're okay, aren't we? Yeah, I mean, you did one run the other week, didn't you, Scooby? That would be good too. But yeah, when this route was first announced, I was just absolutely blown away with it. Really, really excited by it. So where are we stopping then? So Gatwick Airport, East Croydon, Clapham Junction, and London Victoria. Right, so I've got a double yellow to watch out for straight away. I mean, the only thing that's really missing, I mean, apart from obviously scenery upgrades and the lighting and stuff, but it'd be nice to have something resembling the South Western Railway stuff at Clapham Junction. And you could stick the overground services as well, although I suppose they are a bit distant. Oh, there's a plane coming in at Gatwick Airport. You know, I was being really absent-minded there. I've just acknowledged the AWS without having a clue what the signal was. Right, we're okay. I can see now it's double yellow. Favourite routes still got to be West Coast Mainline South. I think that's kind of three routes in one, really. You've got the Watford DC lines. You've got the stopping services with the 350. You've got the Pendolino stuff. Now you've got the 805 and a good variety of freight as well. Yeah, exactly, Pete. Yeah, and also we're finishing with a 66 as well. So yeah, that's exactly right. You've got it right. Yeah. I mean, I think the German stuff is magnificent, really, and I mean, I've still not got all of it, but I mean, it takes quite a bit of getting used to with the signalling system, but the modelling and everything is really, really good. You know, I never even checked as well. And again, it's things that you would never dream of doing, I should imagine, if you're a driver. But I've got no idea about the what length we are. Oh, there we go. We're 2, aren't we? Yeah, we're 8 car, aren't we? Yeah, so we are set up as 8, actually. It does say down there. So we're due off 8 for dinner. Yeah, so double yellow is it's kind of that little reminder you're 2 stops away from a red, so double yellow, yellow and red. So think a little bit of just normal traffic signals, but bear in mind when you're driving a train you can't approach a red signal at 100 miles an hour and expect to stop. So it's giving you that advance warning. It's that time to put the brakes on and prepare to stop. And you kind of don't want to be doing, I think, any faster than 30, knowing that a red signal's coming up. So these are, interestingly, these are this has got the Armstrong Powerhouse sounds on. Whereas the new pack that is coming out to go along with the East Coast Way doesn't have, although you can still drive the Brighton Mainline ones on it if you want. But it kind of defeats the objective of having new train to drive, though, in a way. Although they're only variations anyway, aren't they? But yeah, it's quite a while since I've driven a service into Victoria. But I think this timetable was created by Joe. So I think I'm right in saying from memory, I think there's 2,000 odd services. Obviously not all of them drivable, but it was very, very, very busy. Yeah, well, that's the weird thing. I mean, actually, you'll have I think the one on that has got the new sounds on, hasn't it? Yeah, you like the horn. Right, have to put the roast potatoes in. Beef is wrapped and sitting. Thanks again for the stream and the banter. Yeah, yeah. Cheers, Pete. Yeah, have a good week, and we'll see you again next week. But thanks as ever. Yeah, always appreciate your comments and your very, very good and sharp with those jokes. Love it. I mean, it's not a biggie for me that we haven't. I mean, I thought the sounds on the original 377 were all right. It's just that it just seems slightly retrograde to say we're not using the improved sounds on the new release. But oh, wait a minute, we're going to charge you $14.99 for it. But I mean, particularly when we get into the later stages of this journey, it's just so busy. Yeah, you're drooling at the at that food. Sledgehammer, I like it. Yeah. Yeah, it's very good, very sharp. Unlike my braking, but we should be alright. We should get down to 80 here. But when this first came out, I was just so excited because I thought, well, this is the start, and I was fully expecting that we were going to get the West Coast Mainline, the East Coast Mainline, and the Great Eastern Mainline very soon after, but we just had a lull then, and it seemed as though anything that was remotely busy, DTG was steering well clear of. But I'm glad that we're back on track with that over the last couple of years. Kind of going in this direction. I couldn't tell you Purley Station when I go through it because I can't remember all the stations between here and East Croydon, but kind of brings me on to thinking about Terry and June. But I know there's a set of opening titles that they had once where they were outside East Croydon Station, but it was supposedly set in Purley, wasn't it? But yeah, you've reminded me of Mace Tay's about installing the Electrostar pack. I'll make a note of that. Yeah, you get the when you go through the green signals, yeah, that's you get a bell. So you don't have to press anything, but then you get the DSD or the driver vigilance device. I think it varies a bit what it's called sometimes, but you have to acknowledge something to basically remind yourself that, or remind the train that you're still actually alive and well. Yeah, it's good. I love the fact that we had the Reigate bit included as well. That was a kind of a bonus that might not necessarily have been put in by default. So it was nice that you've got at least the bit going out to, and of course there are Reigate services themselves. And a couple of years back, and I've probably said this before, but I actually took a southern service from Victoria to Brighton. Sorry, Victoria to Reigate. Actually, I went on to Reading via that line as well, but I took it out to Reigate initially, and then I replicated the same run in the train game, and just coming into East Croydon, we were howled in real life on the hill, and you saw this train pass under the bridge underneath. And then I did it on the TSW, and it was exactly the same, and that to me felt quite magical. Yes, I can imagine that. You'd be constantly, I mean, I'm lucky in that respect, aren't I? All I can hear is my own game, but if you've got my stream going with the sound on, then there's a Gatwick Express, then you're going to be acknowledging it. Evening, Josh. I'm fine, thanks. Hope you're well. Yeah, we're looking forward to doing your run a bit later on. We've got an East Coast Mainline Azuma service next. This is Dominic's Champions Run, which is taking us into Victoria. I think we started off as a Southampton service. We started at Three Bridges. Yes, I know we've got a bit of a wait, and Josh said he won't spoil the surprise, and Rachel has kind of told me what it is, but if you don't know, then you'll see it as we get going. But yeah, again, just felt like quite a while since I've done a run on your brilliant 2019 timetable on West Coast Mainline South, so I thought it was about time. Yeah, I think it was, what was it, 4, can't even read my own writing, even though it's tight, 4 Lima 75. Well, building another Great Western Express timetable. Do we need another one? So we're only 2.5 miles away to East Croydon. Yeah, absolutely. Wow. I mean, that really will be interesting. So we'll have Rachel's experience, Dominic's consistency, and Mace Taze's good scoring as well, and then Josh, who's created the thing in the first place. Ah, excellent, Josh. Yeah, that sounds great. And as I always say, it's the one good thing. Well, I'll say there's loads of good things, but it certainly keeps us interested in the game because of all the mods that keep coming out. It's not just the official DLC that we have to pay for. The mods are add plenty of interest too. This Pearly, is it? I can't ever remember the stations properly. It'd be nice if we get held up coming into Victoria, but we'll see on that. Just kind of peak time in the morning. Half-time break is coming up in just a moment. Once we get to London Victoria, so not too far away. South Croydon, yes, of course, that makes sense. Yeah, I knew that. Yeah, Pearly's a little bit further back, isn't it? And again, this was a station that fascinated me when the route first came out because of how busy it is. And I think there are 1 or 2 errors in various places. I seem to remember one of the stations, I don't know if it's Haywards Heath from memory, where somebody said that I think they got the underpass or at the wrong end of the station or something like that. But it's pretty damn good. And you've always got plenty going on. What service is this then? I'm gone. This is the Caterham service, 8:55. So you've got Hastings, the Milton Keynes one coming in. Just incredibly busy. And although it's the old lighting, it doesn't look too bad, does it, in this game? All right, okay. You in need of that, right? Okay. Well, we won't be too far off. Yeah, I very much hope so. And if they have kind of cracked it so that it's not the biggest job in the world, then it definitely deserves it. I think it was mentioned on the stream, wasn't it, on Thursday? It certainly was asked, and I think they kind of just said there's no plans for it. Or I think they said they would like to, but they've got to work out how they would do it or something like that. Amazes me how many variations of the unit there are, and you know, I can barely tell. I couldn't tell the difference between them really. I mean, it did surprise me when West Coast Mainline South came out, and again, it's kind of a service I forget to drive on that route very often. But if there was one thing I thought they'd probably not bother with, it would be the 377. So I was kind of quite surprised that they included that, and fair dues that they did. And I know there's like an argument for saying, well, you know, it's an Electrostar and it's all very easy to drive and they're EMUs and all the rest of it, but it's still quite nice doing modern stuff. Yeah, cheers, Andrew. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's what we aim it to be. I'm afraid, Adam, to be honest with you, the problem on Sunday nights is once it's finished, I've really got to pack up and get ready for work tomorrow. So I have to go to bed quite early. I have to be up quite early in the morning, so up at 6:30. So I'm kind of ready for to be finished once the stream is over, as it were. But yeah, definitely hope that we could get a remaster. And I think at that point they would have to then officially put the 700 in, surely. And even if they said, well, it's not going to be available for certain consoles, but it'd be nice to have it as an official timetable. because you kind of get the impression they built the 700 in the first place for this route, and then for whatever reason they decided it would be a bit too demanding. Ah, right, okay. This is the North London Derby, is it? Ah, Pete's back. Roast is in. Vegetables balanced. Beef perfect. Can we have a total British Rail Blue stream one night? Yeah, definitely. That is something I would like to do, without a doubt. Yeah, that's right. That was a bit of an odd one, really. And I think they said, well, there was a brief time where the HSDs were diverted into Waterloo, but it seemed a bit random. We just need, that is the only thing really, other than the Thames Link, is some southwestern stuff around Clapham Junction, and I say you could put the overground stuff in as well. And I think Johannes has showed the way with, you know, we already have a 350, so you could easily make a 450. Ah, I see. So, oh, crumbs, I'm speeding. Right, so that tells me that we're looking at an Arsenal victory then, I guess. Yeah, definitely. I think that is on the agenda. That would be quite nice. The British Rail Blue total stream. I think the problem is we know by now that if DTG announce a remaster, that we could more or less kiss goodbye to any thought of any added parts of the route. It's going to be the same route, but just better lighting and a new timetable. But I would love to. There are bits. I mean, I think Hayley was saying earlier on, like it's seen it going off to London Bridge, which would be nice. I mean, to my mind, I'd love to see it kind of going off. Be nice to get Clapham Junction joining up with Wembley, so that you could do the proper West London line runs, and there's something else I was thinking. I've lost my train of thought. It would be nice as well. I'm trying to think where I'm thinking of now. Yeah, there's one or two bits and pieces it'd be nice to include. But yeah, oh yes, I know what it was. It'd be nice to have London Bridge put in, and then you'd have that situation where if you could extend that down to kind of St Pancras Cross City Thames Link or whatever they call it, then in theory, if we then have a Midland Main Line, you could kind of have, you could have a run on that, as it were, joined up runs. Yeah, I'm guessing that's the problem, isn't it? And I think that's that's the thing, isn't it? It's easy for me to say, as it were. I mean, even Clapham Junction here is already very, very busy, even without the South Western Railway stuff. I mean, they used to advertise this as the busiest railway junction in the world, didn't they, at one time? just to prove it, of course, we get absolutely nothing coming in at this precise moment, but there is something coming in and out, even with the southern stuff all the time. Yeah, I think you've got something coming in over there. Yeah, I don't mind it in London, but preferably not peak time, and preferably in the week as well. I'm not a great fan of travelling about London on the Saturday. It just gets too busy. Train of thought. Yes, yes indeed. Every pun intended. But there's so much of, I mean, the London network of lines, you know, across north, south, east and west, there's such a variety and so much potential, and I think everybody is, if you're not from London and you live in the middle of the countryside, you're still fascinated by a really, really busy route coming in and out of London. Ah, excellent, Taz. Oh, thanks for the heads up then. So I'm roughly about on time, so that's quite nice to know that we are going to get held up. Of course, that's the line over there going off to Waterloo. And you've got Battersea Power Station coming into view as well. Glad they're making some use of it now, having it pretty much standing derelict for years, wasn't it? Yeah, so you can see time-wise, we've got about, what, 7 minutes to get into the platform, so we should be held up. Yes, indeed, Andrew, yeah. You know, I don't think I got any AWS reminder for that double yellow, did I? Are there still, even years and years and years after the game was released, are there still missing AWS ramps? Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's millionaire's paradise, isn't it? I think I've got my thing off, which mentions the AP points. I kind of used to get on my nerves, that thing at the bottom of the screen. I can't even remember how you get that back. But this was the thing that really excited me when it first came out. The fact that you had these sort of situations. You got a queue of trains waiting to get into the platform at Victoria. Weirdly, the funny thing is, I mean, we haven't got Todd 4 lighting, but I can make out that's a red signal much better than I can with the newer lighting. So that is one thing that has to be said about the older lighting on it. Yeah, we're that's the Chelsea Bridge, isn't it? Nice 465. The station's basically split into two, isn't it? The left-hand side as we're coming in is for the southern stuff, and then the right-hand side, it's almost like two different stations, is for the southeastern stuff. So, yeah, we kind of got two. Very interesting choice, this one, Dom. So, essentially, by the looks of it, we're being held by this one in front of us as well. So, isn't he on yellow though? Shouldn't he be going? Oh, okay. Yeah, you're your brothers. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it's kind of. I mean, I don't know when they kind of came in with that low roof thing at the southern side, but yeah, I mean, Liverpool Street's a bit like that as well, isn't it? You've got the section where you're kind of devoid of the architecture a little bit because you're under a roof. Right, so Azza has a score of 8942. Thank you very much, Azza. Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it? Some of these older routes, I suppose it's all done a little bit differently. Actually, I'll tell you what we'll do as well. We'll open one of the windows and then... Right, we've now got a single yellow. So we'll be able to hear the... Again, one of the things that really fascinated me when the route first came out was being able to hear the flange as you come into the station, and the flange and the noise over the points was... I thought, wow, this is realistic. Don't think I've ever been held at the second signal before the platform, so we've still got another signal to clear yet. Right, we have got single yellow though. We're okay. We're signalled into the platform. It was that one in front of us that was howling us up, wasn't it? Absolutely, yes, indeed. I love how as you go over the points as well, how the electric cuts out as it would do in reality. Yeah, there is this separate intermodal. That was when that I can't remember what it's called now. They released a separate intermodal pack, didn't they? Right, and Mace Tays is 9586, and also Andy's score is there as well. So let me just concentrate into getting into the platform. As Josh quite rightly says, this is the kind of the dingy part of the station, really. You know, for the first time in about 3 months, I actually feel warm tonight. But thank you very much, Dominic, for choosing this run. And say we've had some really good choices for the Champions runs every week. And yeah, keep them coming. Yeah, I knew that would happen. You see, that didn't used to happen. You pressed camera 8 and you didn't go onto the roof. So that is then going back as the 0936 to Southampton. Yeah, I heard about that Amaze Tays. I think that's dreadful news, really. Oh, 8, 9, 11 from me. Are they still plonking a shopping centre on top of it? I've not looked into the detail. Rachel was 8938. And Amaze Tays was 9586. Wow, that was a good score. Amaze Tays. Dominic was 9296. And Brian was 8691. All right, right at the end was deducting 32 speeding points as well. Yeah, crikey O'Reilly. Yeah, but yeah, an interesting one. So we'll put that into the scoreboard again in a second, and then we're off for a half-time cup of coffee. Amaze says, "Shh, Josh. You know my secret is to pluck any number out of the air." I like it. Right, let's go back to the scoreboard, and we'll put those scores in. My biggest problem is actually typing them in right. That's always my probably big concern more than anything. So we'll get Rachel's in first, which was 8938. Tell you what, let's do it top to bottom from me, how it is on me page. Otherwise, I'm going to confuse myself. The Mace Tays was 9586. Yeah, we'll have to get Steward's inquiry out for that one, I think. Azza was 8942. Brian was 8691. Dominic was 9296. And I was 8911. And then yeah, that was reasonable by my standards, actually. 8911. Have I put Brian's in? I can't remember now. Yeah, so there we go. So overall then, I mean, Dominic's obviously languishing in 5th place, but that's because of the score. Oh, and wait a minute, I haven't put Andy's in, have I? Andy. Oh, actually, has Andy come up with a score yet? Let me just go back and see. Yeah, I'm not sure if Andy's... Ah, right, there we go. 8930. I knew I'd missed it somewhere. My apologies. Yeah, so East Coast Mainline is up next. Our excellent Amaze Tage, yeah. Right, so I think I've got the scores in right. So actually, Andy moves into third place in the overall reckoning, and Amaze Taze is out in front overall. So who won the actual... Well, Amaze Taze won that by some distance, and there were some good scores all round. Everybody else, other than Dominic was 9296. Everybody else was sort of 8-9ish, which is pretty interesting. So that means that Rachel is second and about 600 points behind off the pace at the moment. Andy in third, and Dominic's languishing in fifth, but of course when he does that round one a little bit later on the week, that of course could all change massively. So that will be interesting. Right, so half-time break, and then we'll be back in a minute. I like that, Josh. Yeah, he adds on a few hundred extra at the end. Actual score 9286, I think. Just like the last time, yeah. I like it. Right, okay, so we'll be back in a second. Right, wagon wheel. Oh, now Brian, now we're talking. I haven't had a wagon wheel in absolutely ages. It's I'm sure some of the talk we've had over time about the cake and biscuits and all that sort of stuff, the snacks, is I could just go out and buy the whole lot. Oh, and there you are. I mean, it's on Discord, but there's the confirmation. 9586. Very good score. Well done. Half the size they used to be. Well, it's the same with everything, isn't it, these days? And same with the buying the celebrations at Christmas. I'm quite sure used to be like about double the size. The tins were absolutely loaded. Oh yeah, Terry's chocolate orange. I have to say, I do always buy myself a Terry's chocolate orange at Easter. I'm not massively bothered about having an Easter egg, but Terry's chocolate orange, I'm there all day. Well, I'm sure I'd be happy even if it wasn't an original wagon wheel. Right, so East Coast Mainline. Can't remember the last time I actually rode on this either. So this is only about half an hour ago. I think it's Peterborough to Newark. Back from the shop. Ah, you haven't been out to get a wagon wheel, have you? Yeah, I think it's the 8011. But yeah, it is. It's the original timetable. That's assuming I've wrote the service down correctly. 1 Bravo 80, I do believe. Quick can of Coca-Cola. Ah, okay. Yeah, absolutely. Number of times when I type in messages, I have to keep editing it. I've always got something wrong with it. So this completes the hat trick of IET services, because we've done the Great Western Railway 802, we've done the Evero 805, and as it says, we'll soon be able to do the 807 when we have Trent Valley. Have I picked the wrong one? It might be 88 then. Stuart's inquiry. Yeah, well, he has actually, he's come up with a screenshot to prove it. It does actually show the service as well, so I think that's proof enough. Ah, okay, yeah, it must be 88 then, because it's definitely the Newark Castle service. Because I kind of thought in terms of the timing that, you know, if we're doing this 1 hour 26 service afterwards, then it was going to be a bit too long doing a full one. Yeah, definitely, Andrew. Yeah, if it's available for you, and you might be a bit restricted on what you can run, but. Yeah, so sorry, I hope I haven't caused too much confusion with that. So yeah, this is 1B88. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, I think it definitely is, because the base say says 1B80 is the full service to Doncaster, so this is 88. It's taking an age to load up as well. Good evening, Luke. Hope you are well. And Oscar, I think you were in the chat very early on, weren't you? But you're back in now. So we could end up potentially then, Rachel. And apologies if you've done the full run, but if you want to do 1B88, you know, it's either now or at another point, then. And of course. I knew that was going to happen somehow. It was just taking so long, wasn't it? Let's get the game loaded up again. So we might end up with some slightly incomplete scores at the end of the run tonight. Well, let me check again then, because 1B80 is what I wrote down originally. But it's definitely a Newark service, and it's the 8011. But we'll have a look again when the game loads up. Right, yeah, well, this is what I've wrote down originally, so yeah, I think it probably is 1B80 then, but I'll know in a moment when it comes up. Obviously, you've got your 8011s and your 8012s, so that might be where the confusion arises. Oh, okay, Luke, yeah, hope things go well for you there. Yeah, sorry about the time that it's taking with this. Oh, the game's crashed. Oh, that's annoying. May says, well, the way we're going on, then you'll be okay for a restart. So, yeah, so 801. So I wrote in 1B80. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, the 0852, London King's Cross to Newark Northgate. That's the service. So it's definitely 1B80. Which is what I said originally. Oh, I'm glad about that. I'm glad I was right. Yes, it is 1B80. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, 8011. Yeah. Well, I know it works because I loaded it up earlier on. Ah, here we go. Yeah, it's just been a bit slow, that's all. So here we are at Peterborough. So again, very similar in terms of getting the train set up. But I'm going to do it on the back panel because I always find with the Azuma it works a bit funny sometimes. This is where it has caught me out, where I think I've set everything up and then things have got reset later on into the run.
TPWS and AWS operation.
Yeah, of course, the base has done the full range, haven't you? I think you've done all the Azuma services. So this would be, well, it basically says calling it Grantham Newark Northgate. So we aren't a Lincoln service that's ending early. This is actually terminating at Newark Northgate. What do we want? Full marker, I suppose, for the daytime, I would have thought. I would, Luke, but it isn't yet in the game. So we have, the understanding is that the East Coast remaster should be coming out in February, so that implies that it will be this week. So whenever it comes live, there'll obviously be other YouTubers who will have early access to it, but I don't have any early access. But whatever night it comes out, then I'll do a live stream on it then. Yeah, it's something I can't put off forever, Azza, that's for sure. But yeah, that is the problem, isn't it? It's just damnably expensive these days. No, we can only do on the East Coast Mainline, and this is Scooby's hobby horse because he would love to see the southern section done. The only section we can do is between Peterborough and Doncaster. So we don't have the section between King's Cross and Peterborough, or we don't have anything north of Doncaster. So it'd be nice to certainly get the King's Cross to Peterborough bit done at some point. I'm sure it'll happen eventually, and also at some point as well we'd like to see it extended at least to York or Leeds and Newcastle, etc. But yeah, I mean, this computer is 6 years old now, so it's showing its age, and I guess, I mean, I don't really know about the impact on these things, but I suppose streaming and the amount of editing that I do with it is probably not helping it. Yeah, I'm guessing the word best is missing there, isn't it? But that's what you mean. Yeah, the King's Cross and Moorgate to Peterborough would be the best TSW route ever made. I'm sure it'll definitely happen. My only slight concern is I could conceivably see somebody doing King's Cross to Peterborough but deciding that they don't want to bother with the Moorgate bit. Welcome aboard the Southern Service to London Bridge. The next station is Portslade. Yeah, hoping to do a bit of 171 Southern action in the next week. What? There was no AWS warning there. I do think it would be good, and you know, I think we'll probably be pushing it to say, oh, stupid game. I kind of get the impression, wait for the train to come off to a stop. 60 seconds, wait 60 seconds. I didn't get an AWS ping there. This is not getting off to a good start, is it? Yeah, I mean, I kind of get the impression that DTG aren't building any routes at all at the moment, and I think it all seems to be third-party stuff, and I mean, let's be honest. We know now that TSW6 routes will be in preparation, will be being built. So it's kind of what we get beyond that. I thought I'd done that. Right. Well, I've had my minute. Well, yeah, there you go, Brian. I did not hear any sound. I've done that. Is it because I'm not in the right brake mode? Press the brake demand switch. What brake demand switch? AWS acknowledge. Train fault acknowledge. Where's brake demand switch? Maybe just go to overview and reset train. Yeah, well, that's an option. No, I think that is a certainty. Oh, brake. Brake release. Is that it? We're off. Yeah, well, it's the I pressed the train stop override, and I'd done everything else. It's the brake release that was the one I hadn't pressed. There we go. We're off again. But I'm quite certain that I didn't do anything wrong in the first place that time. Good evening. Is it Jack? Riz? Hope you're well. Yeah, brake release. No worries. Yeah. I say it remains a bit of a mystery what happened there, but I don't know whether there's a missing ramp or whether it's just simply something that I didn't actually hear. But anyway. Unless it was just the that sound and I didn't catch it maybe the first time. It's probably my fault. But yeah, I'm certainly not going to be getting an on-time bonus. Yes, indeed. Yeah, TPWS and AWS operational. But it always seemed to me that getting the LNER license, getting LNER on board, and they seem to be quite a good company in terms of marketing and promotion, and then not to do the section from King's Cross, it's definitely missing something. Perhaps there was no, I'm sure there was no ramp for it though, unless it just didn't come through properly on my headset. I'm sure there was no ping, but anyway, it doesn't matter. We're on the move again. Yes, it's just little things like that that again just feels I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of the Azuma particularly, but to hear those sounds, the sort of thing that a real driver would have setting up the train, just feels amazing. Yeah, they do. There are loads of level crossings as well, aren't there, on the East Coast Mainline? Much more than on... I think that was the thing. I heard it that time, but it was really, really quiet on my headset. So think that's the issue. It might sound quite clear on the stream, but it's only dead quiet to me there. You're playing Train Sim World 6 right now, if you didn't know. Ah, excellent. What route are you playing on? Is it Jack? There's a really good video, a couple of videos that LNER have done where I think she's Geordie, Newcastle-based driver that's kind of compares driving on Train Sim World with the real life. The stupid thing is, I think the first time she did it, there was no AWS. They didn't set it up for her, and obviously she didn't know that it was included in the game, which was a bit stupid. But I think she was kind of impressed by how realistic it was generally. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, really enjoyed those videos, and the knowledge, the expertise just flows from those videos as well. So it was really nice to see them. Nice. Pity she couldn't do a few more. Yeah, so it's only about half an hour, and then that does mean we are running over a bit, I'm afraid, because it's 8 o'clock and then an hour and 26 minutes for our final run, so we are going to be going a bit past 9. Of course, those are the flashing yellow, the flashing greens as well, so they were in use originally with the idea of the Class 91s being 225 mile an hour, which is 140. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, it's just stuff like that that they needed. I think she did also say a couple of the runs, she was kind of saying they were asking us to stop in the wrong place in the platform as well. Oh, excellent, Tazzy. Yeah, you've got a day off. Have you got anything nice planned, or is it just a nice lie-in? I think, to be honest, me personally, I think having Moorgate in would be a logical end point, as well as King's Cross, just simply because you have the services from Welwyn Garden City and those over the Hertford Loop that go into Moorgate. I think realistically, getting the kind of all the Thames Link thing in it, you know, who knows, it might happen at some point, but maybe nothing imminently, I can't imagine. Like I was made it was a bit of a long-winded point that I made, but say for argument's sake, if they ever did Midland Main Line, I'd love to see the sort of the present St Pancras Thames Link platforms put in, and if they can extend that so that if somebody then does a route through Blackfriars and they could put that section in, then you could kind of have two routes where you've got a logical start and end point. Yeah, I think it's going to happen at some point, and we also do need a Class 91, which would be which would be lovely. And I wouldn't object to having a Deltic put in there as well, even from the point of view of doing rail tour services. And you probably need an A4 Mallard as well just to complete the set, but there's just such a history of racehorses, really, I think you'd call them, that have been used on the East Coast Mainline over the years. And much as though I love the West Coast Mainline, the East Coast Mainline is a lot straighter and a lot quicker. That's kind of why they didn't bother massively with the thought of getting tilting trains into the agenda. I think when they built the 91 sets, I think the Mark IVs were built with the idea that they could retrospectively put tilting in them, but they never actually did it. I mean, I think we're probably full up in terms of, I mean, you look at what's coming out now over the next few months and taking us into TSW6, I think you'll probably really be stretched to imagine that we're going to get any new route announcements. We probably pretty much know what we're going to get between now and TSW7, so it's kind of what then is announced in sort of August time, in time for the September release of TSW7. Yeah, that is the problem. I mean, it's quite a neat little section to do, but Doncaster's not a logical endpoint by any stretch of the imagination. Even if it was Peterborough to York or Peterborough to Leeds, either way would have made quite a bit of sense. But having Doncaster was a strange endpoint. Now, I remember DTG. I remember Matt saying on the preview, you know, oh well, a lot of people wanted us to do to King's Cross, but you know, there's a lot of work involved in that. Yes, you were mentioning about that, weren't you, in the Discord during the week? And I think that would be brilliant if it's doable. That would be amazing. And again, I mean, we've talked about the game crashing. It's then kind of, I think the biggest issue is whether the game could then handle having the two routes joined together. That is the, or you know, more than one route joined with a very busy timetable. That is probably more of an issue. But we are going to have a little bit of a sticking point with some of the services where you won't be able to drive trains that don't stop at Milton Keynes, for example. So it's going to be slightly weird. So you either put in an additional stop at Milton Keynes where the original service didn't, or you're not able to do the full run. Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to do fairly early on the winter, the Cumbrian Mountain Express, and I showed a little video of that coming through Crewe the other week, and Class 86 and Mark II carriages. So I'll look forward to being able to do the entire run from London Euston to Carlisle, which is going to be absolutely immense. Yeah, you mean in real life, Andy? Yeah. I mean, most of it is in Train Sim Classic, although we are missing a bit of the section connecting Finsbury Park with St Pancras Thameslink. Yeah, I think York's love to see York in the game at some point, but I hope we just don't get a silly situation where, say for argument's sake, I don't think I'm stopping at Grantham. So we're not just got right, okay. Okay, let's forget about that then. Ladies and gentlemen, apologies to passengers who were intending to leave this train at Grantham. Unfortunately, we've missed that stop, so it will be necessary to make a change at Newark. We'll be arriving in Newark in about 10 minutes time, and then take a return trip back to Grantham. So apologies for any inconvenience caused. Tell the passengers to jump. Yes. Yeah, York or Newcastle would be great to have in the game. Two major stations. Like I said, I just hope we didn't get a situation where they built, say, York to Newcastle, which would mean again another missing link. Yeah, there's quite a bit of it done on Train Sim Classic. You do some pretty full runs. You'd certainly do Bedford to Brighton, for example. I think Amaze Taze has given us quite a hint of one route that I think he believes is definitely coming out on TSW6, and bearing in mind he was absolutely spot on accurate with the TSW6 main route, then I think he might well be right. But don't forget, there's going to be other studios who are going to be producing other routes, and I mean, we know about AA All Aboard Studios. I mean, they kind of said, I'm sure it's been suggested that they are getting fed up with the West Coast Mainline, so beyond Trent Valley they might not do any more, but we'll see on that. And Just Trains as well apparently have suggested that the next route might not be set in the northwest again. Yeah, absolutely. I think you've given us a clue. I mean, I'm not going to say either. I mean, I don't know. You were the one that kind of dropped the hint, but I'm not going to say what you said, but I think you've kind of given us a hint at what it's going to be. We'll see if we can make the stop into Newark anyway. Yeah, definitely. That is a section of West Coast Mainline that will then be crying out to be done, because yeah, we've got the full run on the Trent Valley, but it kind of needs that section into Birmingham New Street, and it would be a great section in its own right, particularly if they included the Northampton loop, so there'd be plenty of variety with the 350 services, and you're going to get Birmingham International, Coventry, that section in towards New Street, so that would be That would be brilliant. But I mean, the great thing is, we know that the developers are constantly increasing, and the third-party people that keep coming on board are really active. I mean, I was saying I think Alan Thompson Simulation will do a route at some point, another route, but they are a small team, so it might be, you know, we might be waiting a couple of years or something for that. I don't know. Right, Azza is first in with 12.564. Oh, good evening, King. How are you? Hope you're well. I haven't had a chance to watch it, but I saw that you did a stream of the Night Riviera, which looked like a long old journey. I think it was a full run, wasn't it? But well done on doing that. Yeah, you wouldn't be surprised if it involves Cambridge, because that's his neck of the woods. There'd be plenty of playability by doing that part of the East Coast Mainline, and I mean, in terms of DLC, it's doable, isn't it? You know, we need the 91, but you've already got the 700, so surely a 717 wouldn't be massively impossible to do, and a 365. We've got the 465, so that's doable, but you probably, I think we'd have to sacrifice something within that. I don't think we're going to get all those units included, but you know, if you kind of didn't have a 365, then that would be fair enough. So, a message to our passengers: we will shortly be arriving into Newark. This is your driver speaking. Apologies for not making the stop at Grantham. You will need to change trains here and take a southbound service down to Grantham, and many apologies for the inconvenience caused. But Newark Northgate is our final stop. Please take care and make sure you take all your personal belongings with you when removing the train. I've got hit by the TPWS again now. I think I was going a bit too fast that time. What a disastrous run! I think we've just about had it all on this one. Right, so Maze Taze is 12.877. Well, I think if I came up with a high score here, then I think you'd all be thinking I was cheating. Yes, I don't think the manager's going to be very impressed with me. What a disastrous run. Surely we've had our 60 seconds. So basically, I missed the AWS alert earlier on in the journey. I've missed the stop at Grantham, and then I've come towards Newark Northgate, and I've been hit by the TBWS for overspeeding. Not one of the better performances, it has to be said. So Dominic is 12.875. Right, 2 points difference to Amaze Taze. Well played. The both of you there. Yeah, well, that's the really great thing about West Coast Mainline South. There is something happening all the time, isn't there, with the variety of units? Though, again, as I would say, we still don't have the full set because we haven't got a 730. Right, the driver's going to run off now in shame. I think I'll be hiding under the seats for the passengers when they get off the train. You see, all seems quiet and sedate now. Yeah, it's a really good variety, isn't it? And I mean, that's what makes it so good. And you know, again, even before the new timetables came out, it was something to absolutely savour. Right, so Brian is 12.520, and this is going to be the worst score ever for me, I think. $12.071. I was going to say, oh, wait a minute, I forgot to check it. Hang me head in shame on that one. So we're just waiting on Rachel's score, I think. But I'll start to put the scores in. And then we have got our final run then, and it's going to be a late one, this is, isn't it, tonight? So let's get the scores in quickly. Right, we need to... Oh, just 2 seconds. New road. Yeah. So Maze Taze was 12.877, so I think that's the top score so far on this round. Brian was 12.564. Sorry, I've got that wrong. Azza was 12,564. Brian was 12,520. Dominic was 12,875. And I was 12,071. Well, at least I still was in the 12,000s. That's about all you can say, really. Although substantially worse off. So, as things stand, Amaze Taze has the lead. And but it's just that one missing round from Dominic, really. But have we got any more scores in? We're just waiting on Rachel's, I think. Right, okay, right, so fair enough, Rachel. Brian 520. Yeah, I think we've got everybody's in, haven't we? Okay. So we've got our final round to come then with the freight run. So it's going to be a bit of a long one, but let's get set up for that. So yeah, so apologies, it's a bit late. I mean, it's 2026 and it's 1 hour 25. Ah, Randy, okay, you spaddage, yeah, okay, fair enough, mate, yeah, right. Yeah, it was a funny old run, wasn't it? I think that bit at the end just caught people out, just coming into Newark Northgate. It was a little bit tricky. And we're hoping that Josh might be able to join us on this, but we'll see if he's still about. I have to see if I've got the latest sound mod installed, but I've got me headphones are on slightly low actually, so that's my excuse for not hearing some of the stuff on the Azuma. Ah, excellent, Josh. Yeah, well done. Yeah, no, this should be a good one. So hopefully, be a nice way to end the stream. And always a treat to do one of your runs on West Coast Mainline South. So I'm going to do it in Freightliner green, I think, this time. So for Lima 75. So it's Trafford Park Freightliner Terminal to Felix North Freightliner Terminal. So drive this Freightliner intermodal freight service of Milton Keynes Central to the Wembley and Willesden Yard Depot Complex. So apologies Amaze Taze as well. I bet I'm pushing you over the edge in terms of timing, really. it's going to be more circa getting on for 10 o'clock rather than 9 o'clock by the time that we end. SPAD, Andrew, is signal passed at danger. So of course in reality, if you were to do that in the real world, it's a very dangerous situation because you could potentially derail another train, or you could have a situation where you derail your own train because of the points haven't been set for you. So they talk about tea and biscuits with the manager, but of course that sounds quite friendly, doesn't it? But what they mean is you're going to be in trouble with the boss. Yes, I know this is a good one. Right, so train length. I have sorted this out. I never remember whether you're supposed to actually press switch beforehand or not, but can't do any harm pressing it twice, I suppose. I don't think you need to. Where are we? So we need enter to edit. So I have wrote this down somewhere. It's 2,151 feet. And then press switch. And we also need to mess about changing this as well. Passenger use passenger, so we need goods. That's it, goods timing. We don't need night running, do we? We need day running. Yeah, we'll have a look at the length of it once we get going, but it's a long old train, is this. Good evening, Haven fan. No, sadly you won't. You will get the free remaster. That will come out for free. So you'll get the improved lighting, the improved scenery, but you won't get the new trains and the new timetable. That's only available if you you buy the new pack. Yeah, so not quite as long as last week. I think we had 42 wagons on there last week. Trying to ease things up gradually. So yeah, it'd be interesting to compare the score with Josh, who's created, for anybody that doesn't know, then he's created this 2019 timetable. Yeah, it's a good question, Azza, and I don't know the answer. It would make a lot of sense that it was, but it goes off the West Coast Mainline at Rugby, doesn't it? I think the problem is, the chances are probably not, because it would only make massive sense if you were then going, I don't know, you'd have your northbound services, wouldn't you? So I suppose it's a possibility. Will it come out Tuesday? No idea. All we know is Dovetail Games did say that it would be released in the next week, in February, and as there's only 1 week left in February, then surely it's going to come out this week. This is 2019, King, so this is that transitional phase, so you were just about having Virgin trains, so this is winter 2019, so Virgin trains was still a thing, but a lot of the Pendolinos were painted in a kind of a ghost-like matte grey, and you'd still got some in Virgin flowing silt livery. Then of course at the very end of 2019 Avanti West Coast came into being. Racing through Milton Keynes now. Yeah, I personally am a great fan of them, Haven fan. Yeah, it does make driving the trains a lot more interesting, and at the stations as well. So it'd be nice at Brighton, for example, you'll get the full station announcements, and they only showed one example of it on the stream on Thursday, but it was accurate. It didn't say this train is for Brighton only, so I hope that replicates itself with all the other services. Yeah, very definitely, Ashley. I'm the same. I mean, again, same as well. I took a northern service from Crewe to Manchester Piccadilly, and it was like weird being able to actually be on a train that actually went from Crewe to Oldley Edge. It's kind of like, that isn't doable, but it kind of says to me that the brain nowadays is set in trade sim world rather than the real world too much occasionally. Yeah, it is, and I always thought that Milton Keynes was a logical endpoint, because, you know, for anybody who thought it should have ended at Birmingham New Street, or again, there was just that logistical problem of putting the Northampton loop in, and it was never going to happen. But I thought Milton Keynes was a good logical endpoint, and there's plenty of interesting stuff that goes on. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? With the despite the length, you can still get the thing going. Yes, I might be about the same actually. I'm getting up to 70 as we're coming through Bletchley. We could potentially do with a new pair of headphones. They've probably been dropped on the floor a bit too much over the years. Oh, I'm exactly the same. I really can't wait for that. And you know, even the fun things of being able to do a full, even doing a 350 service, London Euston to Crewe, which is you know, going all the way as it were. Then I'm looking forward to being able to do that. First time you mentioned it tonight, has it? We've still really not got to grips with what went on with the London North Western Railway licence, and for some reason they thought they had it, and you know, there was this big old debate about whether it was because the game was leaked. We never really got to the bottom of it, and there never really seems to be any suggestion of it being resolved. And I think most people thought it would be resolved fairly soon after, but you know, we took about a couple of years now. Yeah, possibly, but I don't know. I mean, I'm no solicitor, or my knowledge of the law is not huge, but does it honestly matter? It was really late as well, because in the build up to the route coming out, we were still getting pictures of the stations. Oh, definitely, Dominic. Yeah, absolute masterpiece, and I've no idea how many months and hours and days that Josh spent on creating this, but it's it really is the master of all timetables on this route. Yeah, I think that's the thing, and I think you do get a definite impression with DTG that some TOCs have reacted incredibly differently even when they've granted the license, and I think in some cases, right, you've got the license, that's it, go away now, whereas you've got others that have been super helpful, and you get the impression that Avanti have been pretty good in terms of helping them. I think TfL definitely have, which apparently is why, fingers crossed, we are getting the proper official announcements with the Mildmay line and extension when it comes out. Yeah, I can only imagine, because I'm guessing it's all very well creating it, but I dread to think about testing and then working out, because it's the logistics of making the real timetable work, and you know, you've got to make sure that the train is sitting behind a certain service, and it's must be an absolute nightmare. Yeah, well, maybe we'll all get another timetable for London Brighton at some point. I mean, I know Scooby for one would love the 319 to come out for TSW, but I think because it's a little bit of an older unit, I can't imagine it's going to be that high up in the the pecking order for the developers to do. Yes, indeed, yeah, yes, I can imagine. And you know, you must also, you could probably sit with a real timetable. Whoever creates these timetables in real life, and okay, I guess some of them are done by computers, but a lot of it's the work's probably done by computers nowadays. But again, you imagine old school timetable creating, you would be able to sit down with him and understand his language. I mean, I'm, you know, sometimes I just think, well, I don't know, perhaps I'm just looking at it too simplistically, but does it really matter? Right, so what's that AWS sound for then? Is this a double yellow? Or was it a dodgy? It's because we got a junction coming up where you branch off to 60 mile an hour. Great Western Railway Northern, London Midland. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, unless you've got people showing off where you're deliberately crashing the train and you've got the train flinging through the air, and you know, I can understand that that isn't going to be really well liked by the train operating companies. But aside from that, it's advertising. It's promoting their trains. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's an old route Haven fan. It was one of the very earliest. So yeah, I think it was one of the first routes as well to utilise having PIS displays that worked as well. Before that, we just had the PIS displays, but they were blank. But I know it's, you know, it's a complicated old business, this copyright and licensing, and I think I've said before, but as far as I understand, the thing about Virgin and Hornby, I think the story went something along the lines of Richard Branson was flicking through something or other, and he said, why haven't we got a model of one of our trains made on model railway layouts? You know, it'd be great for kids to play on. And the answer was, well, it's licensing, we blocked it. And he was like, no, let's get that sorted, and it happened. I mean, maybe in the long run, we still don't really know the ins and outs, but hopefully DTG have got a good sort of relationship going, then hopefully Great British Railways will be a lot easier to deal with, and a lot of the TOCs going over to that, so it'll be a bit easier as time goes on. Ah, okay, yeah, right, 12:52, right. Excellent. Yeah, it's little gems of information like that that absolutely find fascinating. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, well, I guess that's the thing, isn't it? And I mean, it can't be no coincidence that the first photos that were released of a train sporting the Great British Railways brand was actually one of these IATs in Trainsim World, so hopefully that's got to be a good sign, but of course we don't really know yet. Yeah, it certainly is, Joseph. Yeah, it certainly is. We're doing a freight run here, and we're on our way from Milton Keynes down to Wembley, Willesden. We're coming through Tring Cutting at the moment. But yeah, hope you're well, Joseph. Yeah, thanks for joining us, taking part. Yeah, definitely am, Haven. Yeah, definitely am, and I think it's great that it's free, and I'm sure I will pick up the pack when it comes out. So I'm hoping to do a bit of live streaming later on in the week, all being well. So we're doing all right then. So Josh has just mentioned that we should be heading through Tring at 12:52, so I'm going through at 12:51 more or less, so that's not too bad. So it does say that we've got to stop at the Up Kings Langley loop. Yeah, definitely. We'll add something to it, add more playability. Good evening, Richard. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. Hope you're well. But it is great to see the amount of busyness on this route, and we'll get a little flavour of it as well once we go past Wembley Central with the other services. But well, from Watford Junction onwards, really, and then a little bit on from there. So the thing about driving these sort of trains is it's fine getting them going, but then you have to make them stop as well. That's the slightly more tricky element to the process, but we'll see how we go on. No, 100%, Azzy. Yeah, it's an absolute joke as far as I'm concerned, and it's not only the fact that they behave stupidly and they don't behave well, but it's also the fact that it's so different for different routes. So London Euston, we've got no passengers, but then you'll load up another route, you'll get passengers everywhere, it's really busy. But you know, the fact that they keep jostling with each other, they keep occasionally they jump down from the sky, you find them on the tracks. It just needs a little bit of love and attention. And I mean, you drive the North London line, and you know, you'd expect to be absolutely thronged with passengers. And I make no, I mean, I know that Johannes built that route, and I think he just didn't get much guidance on that side of things. And hopefully, when we get the extension out, that will be sorted. Yeah, this is the thing. I mean, the passenger system is completely broken on West Coast Mainline South. I mean, I presume, because when it was first released, there were passengers at Euston, not many, but it wasn't empty. And I presume that they took them out entirely because of how much the game was crashing for the console users. So I'm guessing that was one of the optimization things. I always forget to mention in the stream, but thank you very much everybody for continuing to support the channel as well, and to really appreciate it. And again, if you're new to us and you would consider liking and subscribing, I'd be tremendously grateful. Well, kind of, but then I think it was done with Todd for lighting anyway, so I think it's kind of like making sure that, you know, things like the passengers are sorted, and you know, one or two other bits and bobs are sorted, but yeah, we've only ever had, apart from them announcing it originally, they've pretty much only showed a couple of screenshots. One was just outside Richmond Station, and the other one was crossing over the Thames before Gunnersbury. So we've heard nothing other than that. We know Johannes was involved in the All Aboard Studios route, and he helped the scenery between Wolverhampton and Birmingham New Street. Nobody really knows how close it is to being completed. Yeah, I can't imagine there being massive, you know, it's just the new section really, isn't it? So I don't know how much detail's going to go into stuff like that. Yeah, it does go over the Great Western Main Line too, doesn't it? Yeah. Or does it? Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah, it's in the bit after Gunnersbury, going towards Willesden Junction. So I'm not going to show any outside views at the moment because we're 2.8 miles away. So I think we're going to get some signals to take us into the loop, and then we'll see what happens there. Oh yeah, this track singing thing is definitely a thing, isn't it? Which is good. It adds more immersion to it. Yeah, I can't imagine why they wouldn't do that. I would think that they'll make the and presumably it's going to be the the D-stock trains, which is kind of going back a bit, but have been used in real life. I mean, if they produce a real rabbit out of the hat, and we can get a model of the S7, then we'd be really thinking we were in heaven. But yeah, I would imagine, my guess is we'll get the D-stock, and I imagine it will be drivable between Richmond and Gunnersbury, because you know it's I mean, if you put a 5-minute extension in. Thought I'd got past doing stuff like this. I'll tell you what, one week I think my driving's improved, and then another week I think it's no better. Let's take it off. So the brakes are fully off. Well, not quite, but right, there you go. So we're booked to be out at 13:35, and it will let you out at 13:32 and 30 seconds. So we'll get it to the end. So we'll I think we're going to be doing a bit of train spotting whilst we're waiting for the next bit to happen. Yeah, they're good fun, aren't they? They are good fun. I say I've generally improved, but I went way over the top with that brake application there. Oh, right, that would be magnificent, Josh. not going to race up towards the signal because we've got a bit of a wait anyway. Yeah, definitely. And as I say, you might have thought with the when I put the brakes on there that I've never driven the thing before in my life, but generally speaking, it does get a little bit easier. So we've got a bit of traffic to come through. And I might, when we get to the signal, I'm gonna put it into neutral, and then I'm gonna get myself a coffee, I think, for the remainder for the wait. And we'll limber up towards the signal, and then I think in reality you could probably make yourself a coffee and a brew and have a bit of a break at this point. I think the thing that gets you here as well is the fact that you're going downhill. Yeah, me too, Dazzy. Yeah, I think it's they are excellent, really, really good, and again just adds a bit of variety because it's sort of thing as a passenger you just don't get to see. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, glad you've enjoyed them. I'm still going to get up close to the signal a bit better because I've got a suspicion that if we're not in the right place it probably won't clear. Excellent. Yeah, no, that's good to know. Yeah, good to know. Yeah, no, your support and enjoy the chat, and it's much appreciated. Right, so let's go into neutral. So hopefully we won't have any DSD issues, and then we will then hopefully see the busy West Coast Mainline then whilst we're in the loop. And I think you know, just in case you're under any doubt. Oh, wait a minute. Didn't mean to go that fast. But I was going to say anyway, the whole of the train's in the loop. Right, so we'll let's say we've got what, 25 minutes, haven't we? So let's go make yourself another coffee. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, it must be really difficult to keep the concentration. I think Rachel's kind of said this is the point where you put your feet up and you have a drink and kind of chill out a little bit. But I don't know what stops you from dozing off and then falling asleep and then you're holding all the services up. I suppose that wouldn't be a good thing either. Right, be back in a minute or two. Right, here we go. So I took the opportunity of making me sandwiches as well for tomorrow, so I'm all prepared. And oh right, I see. Yeah, get the sandwiches out, wouldn't they? Yeah, absolutely. Oh, excellent, Josh. No, that's great. So you're in 66.567. So basically, Andrew, and actually, by the way, we've got a place there where we could place our cups, haven't we? But it isn't one of these units, I don't think, where you've actually got a hob on the go like you have in some of the old diesels. But basically, the thing to remember is a freight run is not the top priority in terms of the timetabling, so it's very, very loose, the schedule, and the priority is to get all the passenger services through. So the slow lines in particular will have the London North Western trains coming through. So essentially we're stuck in the loop to allow for the passenger trains to come through, and then it's all pathed appropriately like in real life. So we are here for quite a few more minutes yet, about another 60 minutes. So we are in 66.564. So a chance to have a quick look at the wagons as well, and again, you don't always appreciate, but with having the mod on, and you've kind of got stuff that doesn't show up that well, or maybe it's got a bit faded as well, perhaps. Evergreen, very famous liner as well. Well, it is, but again, it's like it is in real life, and that's the exciting thing. You can see how long and long and long and long this thing goes on for. In old timetables, I could trick the signaller and get permission early by creeping forward at the stop marker. I know on the mile mainline now, it actually tells you in the briefing that you've got long stops, so you're kind of aware. But you can just see how long and long and long this goes in. So this isn't, as you see, you've got 4 lines here, Andrew. So you've got the down fast, which is coming out of London Euston. You've got the up fast, which is going towards London Euston, and then you've also got the up and down slow lines. But we are actually in a loop, so it's a siding in its own right, where you're not affecting the flow of the traffic, but it means that the train can be sat there waiting without doing any harm, as it were, until the signalman is ready to let you through. Yeah, so if I can find my Discord server on here. I didn't mean to do that. I actually closed Discord. Yes, Josh says 4 Lima 75 waits time in King's Langley Loop. Not a spare wagon to be had on 66.563. Gets a rest from tugging it's 32 loads, and that's kind of the sort of stuff that you see in books when you see that it's that sort of kind of tagline. But that's Josh's version driving this game. Nice little screenshot. That would be a nice thumbnail in its own right. Oh, not at all, Andrew. No, it's interesting because the thing is, with lots of these things, it's not obvious, and there are peculiarities. So the problem for sometimes is you take it for granted because you know, and you don't explain to those that you don't. Yeah, that was the problem originally, wasn't it? And to be honest with you, I would never have known. But I know that right from the outset, I think Amazed Taze mentioned that in actual fact that it was wrong. It was totally inaccurate, and they weren't the right length. And I think there was initially a problem with the Class 66 itself, where I don't think the original model could actually handle the full length units, but I think it's been changed since. Yeah, I pressed the rear camera and my camera was in the crate, right. I'd love to just have one of these houses actually, and just have the West Coast Mainline as me that I could view from the garden. That would be incredible, and I'm sure I could get used to the noise. Wouldn't bother me in the least. See, most of the Pendolino services were in that sort of all grey livery, and that was very much a thing in 2019. I can remember travelling on, and it took absolutely ages, even when Avanti took over, before the Pendolino started to assume the new livery. But of course we had COVID as well. I mean, Avanti took over very end of 2019, and then of course the COVID pandemic broke out in sort of February, March 2020, and it took a long time before all the trains were painted up. For a while we had the kind of the power cars in, if you can call them power cars, the end units anyway, were in Avanti colours, and then the carriages were all in that matted colour, but and now they've all been done. There we go. 10 minutes away, so we are getting there. Yeah, it sounds like a good idea, Amazed Taze. Yeah, screenshot channel to the Discord. Yeah. Made a note of that. It's amazing the amount of Pendolino services that keep rattling through, isn't it? But you've got your services going off to Liverpool Lime Street. You've got the, there's a 377 on a Milton Keynes bound service, southern service. You've got the two going off to Manchester Piccadilly, so one goes via Stoke, and Macclesfield and Stockport, and then the other one that goes via Crewe. You've got your Glasgow services, which usually would go via Birmingham, New Street and Edinburgh. You've got your North Wales Coast services as well, which are now in the hands of the 805. Yeah, well, it's still, I'm still sort of, I don't know that much about Discord, but yeah, I can kind of see these things are good. So I've taken Rachel out of the scoreboard as she asked me to. And then it's probably, I think, down to Amaze Taze and Dominic. And of course, Dominic's final score isn't going to be confirmed tonight. So it's just whether he wants to redo the first run or not, which will determine the eventual outcome. That's that Oxley to Birmingham New Street, but that was just because the game crashed on him. Yeah, absolutely. All advice gratefully appreciated. I think I can probably work out how to set up another channel, but he says. Excuse me. So actually, whilst again we've got the break, I'll just bring up the leaderboard. As it stands. That can't be right, can it, with me in second place? I think that's just kind of completing all 4 runs, but as you can see, there's not much to choose between Dominic and Amaze Taze if you you add in the first run, and you could put the 1 score in. So you add another. I mean, say for argument's sake, Dominic matches Amaze Taze with a 3-2-7-8. Then. He'd still be behind, actually. He'd still be behind Amaze Taze. So, there we go. It might be that 3rd round has really played its part. So it might be a fruitless effort to... mind you, we haven't got the scores in for this run yet either, so perhaps I'm being a bit presumptuous with that logic. What I wouldn't mind checking on actually either, whilst we're here, so which way is the station now, Kings Langley? It's that way, isn't it? This is just literally before the tunnels at the Watford tunnels, isn't it? Right. Oh, yeah, if you do it quick, there's not kind of like a medium, is that? Oh, I didn't want to stop. That's it. Right, so this is Kings Langley Station. Again, I'm not sure I've ever really looked at this in any great detail, but love that with the bike rack and the old station building. Don't think I've ever seen this before. That's excellent. Love that. Now I can't get out of the station building now. And the other thing I wanted to have a look at is this is the M25. So has it actually got... Well, it's a bit basic. There's no road markings, and you've got no station signs. But at least it's in there. And essentially, we're usually only passing through at speed, aren't we? Run this on double speed. Oh, I didn't even know you could do that, Andy. 4 times for the loop. So I could submit a rerun without SPAD for East Coast Mainline of 12561. Right, so we're only a couple of minutes away now, so we are going to finally make the breakthrough into the final stage of the journey, and then it's weird, isn't it? Really, I mean, we're not that far away from the end point. In some ways, it's a bit of a strange one to have the signalman holding us here. The horn on this one is, this is the horn. Okay, that was a bit dramatic, wasn't it? Right, so we're just waiting for that signal to clear. I was thinking about releasing my brakes ready for going, but I daren't do that because at the end of the day we are on a downward slope, so I'll probably start sliding towards the signal. Right, so we're down to the last 10 seconds, and then we might actually have confirmation from the signaller. Right, so that's triggered that. Aha! The signalman is hard at work. Release the brakes, and you know how long it takes on this. Oh, we've even got green now, which is excellent. Oh, actually, of course it would help, wouldn't it, if we're going to forward. There we go. I was going to say, Andrew, that would look like slightly gibberish to me there. But there must be some strategic reason why they just have to hold it there rather than letting us progress through into Wembley. I suppose it's partly because Wembley itself is just so busy. No, one double yellow, even single yellow is okay, but it very quickly cleared to green. Oh, there's an aggregates working. We are coming towards the Watford slow line tunnels, which are reputed to be haunted, I think. Yeah, so once you've got anything other than red, you can actually go. But it's just that the reason I waited was because I was waiting for the brakes to release, and unlike driving a modern passenger train, it takes ages for the brakes to come off. Right, now we can go up. But yeah, you're absolutely fine to go through a double yellow. But as I said, the principle is you're always watching out and thinking, it's a double yellow, I've got to be careful and think there is a red ultimately, or there could be a red up ahead. So you kind of plan in and you're working that out, and you should be thinking about where the train is in front of you as well. This is just literally now north of Watford Junction, so we'll be going through the station at Watford Junction very soon after. And there's such powerful engines, you can see that despite that huge load that we've got on the back, we've very quickly managed to gain speed. I mean, it's not quite, you know, driving a fast sports car in terms of acceleration, but when you're driving a sports car, if you were driving a sports car, you wouldn't have all that weight behind you, of course. What was the final score on the North London derby, by the way? I kind of guessed from what Scooby was saying that Arsenal had won, but I've not looked on my phone. I don't know whether we've got any more hold-ups. There will be the issue of controlling the speed as we come into Wembley Yard as well. Ah, right, 4-1, right, okay. Ah, right, okay, yeah. Arsenal bottle jobs. Well, I mean, personally speaking, I probably prefer Arsenal to win it than Manchester City, because Man City have won it so many times, so it'll be at least it'll be something different. Right, now then, I presume the slow speed that's going that Pendolino was actually actually stopped at Watford Junction. Again, very busy scene there. See a whole manner of things going on. Well, of course, my team's championship with Stoke, and I think we showed early signs of promise. I mean, I don't really follow them to the degree that I used to do, but I think the problem is we've kind of lost just about as many games as we've won, so we're very much a classic mid-table team. I just can't see there's any chance we're going to finish in the playoffs. So as long as we don't get relegated. All right, that's good. It's probably the sound of my voice, Dominic. It's probably thinking, oh, I'm going tired. Right, 13:57 into the sidings. Okay. Yeah, so that tells me, I mean, it's only 8 miles away, so I'm not going to go hell for leather. Yeah, you sometimes get that. Didn't I hear something strange that Sheffield Wednesday have actually already been relegated, which I think they played the Sheffield Derby, didn't they, today? So that's an extraordinary feat in its own right, really. But of course, they started off with points deducted, didn't they? Which is always a thing these days. Yeah, I just love these freight runs, and they're not the easiest thing in the world to drive, but it's they just looks magnificent with all those carriages. No, it's one of those legendary things, isn't it? I mean, you know, kind of before my time, but there's the famous moment when Dennis Law, playing for Manchester City in the 70s, something like 74, relegated Manchester United by scoring against the team that he, you know, sort of forged his career through. That is the vigilance device, Andrew. So that's basically just to make sure the driver's still awake. Because if you go through a load of green signals, the train is not going to. It's quite okay with you going through, but the fact is, if the driver is either asleep or, more importantly, if he's unconscious, say he's seriously ill, then if he doesn't respond to that, then the emergency brakes will come on and the train will slide to a halt. Yeah, possibly. I don't know, we might have done one or two that have been kind of 1.5 hours perhaps, but not many. Not many, because the vast majority of stuff is about an hour. We had the issues with Crewe Birmingham as well, where there's such a problem with the timetable. I don't know whether the new timetable has sorted that, but we had the issue where you couldn't get into Birmingham New Street without deleting a load of trains, so they took a long time. So lots of things in trains are, you know, very much geared towards safety. I mean, the basic problem with AWS, the automatic warning system in its own right, is you can acknowledge it but still ignore it, so it doesn't physically activate the brakes, whereas the German signalling system is a bit more restrictive in that respect. And you do have something called TPWS as well, which makes sure that you are going to stop at the signals, but that's a little bit complicated in its, well, it's not complicated, but it's again something you have to bear in mind. They used to call them a dead man's handle as well, they had on a train, but in reality it's often a pedal where the driver had to put his foot on the pedal again to make sure he was interacting. Right, 11.971 from Amaze Tays. So I'm only about 3.5 miles away. So for, I mean, for Dominic to have a chance at winning that first round, then really he probably needs to have a bit of a hit in terms of your score, and if Dominic can achieve a perfect score, it might make it, that first round might be a bit more crucial. So I'm guessing the speeding might be coming towards the end, is it? That's always harder to judge. I think I did have one moment where I went slightly above. Most of the time being just below the 75. Yeah, well, me too. So I know we had somebody on the stream earlier on asking if I could do another run at the end of it, but there's zero chance in that respect. Azza is 12.360. Right, so yeah, well, that shows that Azza's scores is a good one. I find it very random with me personally, and there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason. Like last week, I think I was showing signs of an improvement, and then this week, I think sometimes it's just some trains you're probably naturally better at than others, and I think that's reflected. But I mean, Dominic's shown a great degree of consistency, and Maze Tays shows a great degree of consistency, but it's kind of just catching up with that, really. So I always find the key with the brakes is just do it gradually, because the moment you put too much brakes on, you're just struggling to do anything about it then. Just determined at the end of all this that I don't get into the situation where I don't make it to the very end. Right, Andy is 12.068. Thank you very much. And again, marvellous having so many people contributing. It's really, really appreciated. Okay, yeah, I've been chatting on WhatsApp as well. Crikey O'Reilly. Well, all I can say is that that's still a pretty good score in the circumstances. Yeah, cheers, Azzy. Yeah, it'd be really annoying from the stream point of view, having gone this far to actually not make it to the very end, wouldn't it? So we're going to crawl through Wembley Central, hopefully. I can't imagine why. Yeah, people just revel in it, don't they, these things? Right, so we are actually yellow there, aren't we? So we're okay. Just again making absolutely sure. I actually see where my train is. Where's my train gone? Oh, I think I'm getting tired myself. Right, anyway, it's definitely yellow, so we're okay. So I'm not going to get any massive speed up here. Yeah, when I went back on the from the East Lancs Gala Day, there was a Spurs supporter on the train then after they just lost to Manchester United. I love how it says that there. You know, it basically signals the fact that we're going into siding 6. Well, it's happened before. I mean, I remember Stoke moving from the Victoria Ground to the Britannia Stadium, and we were relegated that first season. But this is where these things are quite challenging, because it's one thing controlling the train, but it's quite another going downhill, and going downhill at this speed is really tricky. Again, absolute kudos to the real drivers, but again, this is a bit of magnificence though. You look at what's going on here and how busy it is in the yard. So there'll be a bit of a driver change here, and the next driver is going to take this on to across the North London line to Felixstowe ultimately. Exactly what I was thinking, Scooby. Yeah. Yeah, it's like really difficult at this slow speed, because every time you take yourselves off the accelerator and you put a tiny bit of brake on, you then virtually grind to a halt, so it's really difficult to control. I mean, the one thing we are going to get with the merry-go-round hopper workings with the old 47s is there is a slow speed control, I think. So again, you more or less start loading your coal wagons and have a cup of tea while you're doing it. Ah, right, okay. Right. So as opposed to the so that's me automatic brake. So where's me air brake then? Is that with me disc brake? Direct brake. Ah, never used that before, to be honest. Yes, 3, 2, 1s. Yeah, that's that one, isn't it? Yeah, that is working for me a bit better, actually. There you go. You see, I've learnt something new there, because I didn't realise that there was 2 lots of brakes on this thing. I forgot that most units there is both, isn't there? But I don't tend to use the other brakes, to be fair. Now, will it let me get away with that? That should be okay, I think. Yeah, we're okay. All right, 378 in the yard. Yeah. Yes. Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Yeah. Right. There's yeah, a lot going on. There's Wembley Stadium in the background as well. Yeah, very much enjoyed that. Really enjoyed that. So that was 12,160 for me. I did find it hard work, but it was good fun. And we just need... Do we need Josh's score? I think... Well, there might be 1 or 2, but let's start putting those in. But yeah, that was really enjoyed that, as always. Yeah, absolutely. Right, okay. Now that's a good tip, actually, Rachel. Yeah, cheers for that. I'll have a think about that. Yeah, it's useful. Again, I wouldn't have known that with the with that. Where's the goat score? You mean Dominic? Yes, he's not confirmed it yet, I don't think. But let's start putting some scores in anyway. Right, okay, yeah, marvellous. No, that's much appreciated. Josh was 12-10. So we'll put that in, 12-10. So far, Azza has got the top score, I think, with 12-360. Oh, I see what you mean. The goat. You meant Josh. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Right. Dominic was 12-366. There you go. You see. So you've kind of said you find it difficult, but you've still come up with a very, very good score. So let's quickly go back to the leaderboard then and start putting some stuff in then for round 5. So Maystays was 11,971, I think. Can't read my own writing on that. I was 12-10. Don't think we got Brian's score in. Dominic was 12-366. And Azza was 12-360. Brian, we're waiting on, aren't we? Who else have we got to put in? I've put mine in. I was 12-160, wasn't I? I've given myself too much there. 12-160. Josh was 12-210. And Andy was 12-068. And he's done also, did the, wait a minute, 12-068. And he's also redone the 4th round as well, which was 12-561, I think. And I think that's about it so far. But let's just go back to the other screen. 12-366. What have I put in? I can't even remember, Dominic. Yeah, 12-366. Yeah, we've got you right in. Yeah. Storming in at the finish line. Wins by a nose. But yeah, some really, really good runs. And as ever, I think everybody has complimented the work that you've put in, Josh, with that, because I think we all absolutely love the West Coast Mainline South 2019 timetable. It is an absolute masterpiece. So as things stand, Amaze Taze is the winner. And I think, in all honesty, even if you add in, what would we say? So Dominic was 44,542. So say for argument's sake, we put in his 3-2. Say you got 3-2-7-8, the same as a Mace Tays. Then, ooh, that would make it interesting. So it might still be, Dominic could still be the champion. Yeah, as things stand, the Mace Tays is the winner. Andy second, so well played for that. I've managed to fluke myself a bronze medal position. I'm not sure how I've managed that with some atrocious driving, but there we go. Dominic in fourth, as a fifth. Oh, Brian, I don't think we've got his score in yet for the last run. 12,000. 12,000, yeah, cheers. Yeah, no worries at all. It's thoroughly deserved. And, I mean, you know, I enjoy driving, I enjoy streaming, but I couldn't begin to even think about that's made a difference, by the way. Brian's moved up into fourth place, so overall some good scores there. But yeah, I can't believe the work that's put in. Wait a minute. Sorry. Right, there we go. Yeah. So a lot depends on if Brian... a lot depends on whether Dominic does that first run. So he could still overtake a Mace Tays. So if he gets the chance, then let us know you scored, Dominic, and we'll work out if you are the champion or a Mace Tays is the winner. But again, some really consistent driving, some great performances, and again, thank you very much everybody for taking part, and very much enjoyed it. And I think kudos to the real drivers. Yeah, definitely right. And of course, Rachel's had great experience of that over many years, and as always, appreciate the advice and the support that she adds to it, which is really appreciated. So there we go. That's another stream come to an end. It's a bit of a late one tonight with a finish after 10 o'clock rather than 9 o'clock. So I'm off to bed, get a bit of sleep. And thank you very much, everybody, for taking part. I'll say we'll try and get a live stream up when the remaster comes out. Yeah, cheers. Yeah, thank you very much, everybody. And yeah, so the possibility it might be live stream at the end of the week with the East Coast remaster, but I'll only do it if the new timetable comes out. Cheers, Scooby, much appreciated. And Mace Tays, Rachel, Josh, Brian, Azza, Concord earlier on, Seb, Scooby, just everybody. And as I always say, couldn't do it without you. And even if you just watch it, and you don't chat, then I'm just grateful for you all taking part. So if you haven't subscribed, anybody still watching, then if you'd consider doing it, it'd be gratefully appreciated. But for now, until next time, from Powerflower Trains and Planes, have a good week, everybody. It's good night.